Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody out here watching me today? Hello, let me take Summer's thing off there. How's everybody doing tonight? Is there anybody in here? Wait till everybody comes in and wants to hang out and talk about this case. Hello, Hillbilly 29. Hello, seven of us. Hello, hello, Person Curiosity and Killer Smoky. We turn this off here. Hello, Strawberry Monkeys and Deborah Ann. Hello, everybody. Come on in. Hello, Wet Mom Q and Debbie. Oh, thank you. I feel so much better. Hello, Diane and Angel and Lisa Hope. Hello, everybody coming in. Hello, Pedro. Hey, how's everybody doing today? Hello, Buster and Linda. You guys, I couldn't hardly wait to get on here and talk about this case. Hello, Lady in Love. Hello, hello. Hello, Huntress. I had to hold out though because it's still Sunday. It ain't Sunday no more. So. Hello, Shirley Chambers. Hello, Crystal Curiosity. Yes, it is very, very sad. Hello, Mystic. It is a very sad ending, Mystic. Hello, Angie Dixon. It has been a very sad day. Hello, JPL. My heart is literally breaking right now. I was at the lake all weekend praying she was around there, and then this afternoon they found Kiely in the water. I know, so she was there the whole time, JPL. Hello, Rocker Girl and Nana Barb, Lisa Hope and Karen and Shirley and Cassie. Hello, Cassie from Massachusetts. Hello, everybody. Everybody that's tuning in and hasn't subbed up to my channel, please feel free to sub up to my channel. And that's one way you can support my channel is to hit that subscribe button and that like button. I sure will appreciate that if you did. Hello, Robin Redmond. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody coming in. Well, I got some special pictures that someone sent me through my email. I wanted to share you all of the car actually being brought up out of the water. And I wanted to share with you guys some of these pictures that this lovely, lovely person sent me of all the things that come out of the water. So, well, I'll go ahead and bring that up, and just wanted to share that with you. It is so heartbreaking. I'm so sad for her family right now. I took my son and friend down to Poser Lake yesterday, and we could feel something. Absolutely, I agree. Hello, Lena and Sherry Hopkins and Huntress. The lab had a video of it bringing the car out of the water. Yeah. Hello, Sharon. Other Sharon. Hello, Pedro. I'm really curious now about Summer. What, if the LE lot missed it this time, how do we know that baby Summer, ain't out there somewhere? So this right here is where she was located in the water. It is very sad. Right there, that red thing. And I think you can see the top of her grandfather's hat in here. Right here is where her grandfather was sitting. Now, they said her dad had to leave when they were pulling her out of the water. It's so sad. It's just so sad, you all. Um, but I was sent these pictures. I don't know where this person got these pictures at, but let me see. Hang on just a second. I'm going to find the other ones. Just a second. Yeah, they got to get going on finding Summer. They could have missed something. I think now for sure. Adventures of Purpose was only in the water 30 minutes and they found her. Wow. You think they buried Summer? They could have. Daisy, I was thinking the same thing about Summer. I wish that they would um try to at least go back over her and look and see if they can't find her in Warriors Park, because I do have that feeling that let's bring this up here. This was I can't get it any closer, guys, but you can see they covered the car up after they pulled it out. KR KCRA YLE would not accept it. I don't understand that, you all. I think they're just too proud. Hey, Sistina. These pictures are from private investigator working with the family. Okay, okay. They are okay. Lady of Love, Miss Daisy, my local news, KRCA, is the news that had helicopter over the footage. Okay, thank you. Raw footage from the helicopter, yeah. Hello, Chris. Hello, beautiful sunflower, yes. A sad ending. Yeah, they're too bullheaded. They're too, I don't even know what you call it. Hey, Lisa Thompson. I just decided to do a pop up live. The the still picture on the ground, not the helicopter picture. Okay, okay. Yeah, someone sent them to me. They definitely were not too proud. They welcomed them with open arms to help. Believe me, those agencies helping to find this girl was 50 agencies. Wow. You know, I do feel relief and heartache at the same time for this girl's family, but also they do get closure of what happened to their daughter. They don't have to sit out here now and wait and see, what really, I mean, where she's at, who had her, or if they could, anybody could hurt her. I wonder what's roped off on the left. I don't know. I think they pulled her up still in the car. The pics came from KCRA, I believe. I was watching it live too. Hello, Dakota Dwight. Uh, on duty Rom today after they talked about Kylie, Dave Rader again said if they get invited to search for Summer, they would pack in a minute. I know I don't understand why Hawkins County won't do it. Hello, Shining Bearables. Yes, rest in peace, sweet Kylie. I had a feeling all along Kylie was in her vehicle. I said it too. If you find Kylie, if you find Kylie's car, you're going to find Kylie. Hello, Patty Martin. Yes, she was still in the car. Yeah. And the news went away when they started to get her out. And that is good. I'm glad they did that. Adventures would put purpose wouldn't take Summer's case because they only do recoveries of cars. Okay. Uh hello, Nanya. Miss Daisy using my daughter's phone so under a different name. Okay. Hello. Prayers for the family, thankful for closure. Pray we get closure for Summer. I agree. No, over to the left, all the activity. They roped off a section on the beach. Couple of officers standing. Okay. Hello, Two Face Witches. What a name. Wow, Two Face. Hello, Two Face Witches. I want to bring up some more cars. Hello, Robin Redmond, Nano 5. It is so sad, you guys. I've got some more pictures here I'm going to bring up. I'm just trying to bring it down to the person that sent me these pictures. They must have had some kind of connections because they sent me these beautiful pictures, or not beautiful pictures, but these pictures of them bringing Kylie's car out of the thing. Hello, Mr. J. I told you I had a dream of her in the water, Miss Daisy. You did. Dave Rader said EquiSearch had been working on going there to help look for Kylie. He said it was sad. It is so sad, you all. Someone said Meg and her parents packed up and moved. Oh, wow. I noticed the crime tape. I wonder what it was. That I don't know. But she's obviously still in this car because they covered it with this blue tarp. And they put these like guarded things where people couldn't see over it. So she obviously was still in that car. Hugs for everyone in this case has been weighing heavy on us. I know, you guys. So sad. And all you can think of is their family. All you can think of is her family at this moment. Like, how sad and relieved at the same time, I guess, her mom is. I don't know if it would be a relief right now. It's just pure sadness. SF investigated one was the one doing all the drone footage. He said he was with the dad and grandpa when they found the car. Oh, I bet that was so sad, Lady of Love. Yes, she was still in the car. They had investigators inside the car before removing her, process the evidence. Yeah, that they're probably still there with her. If I had to guess, they're probably still there with her at the scene. Um, they had to rope everything off as it was an active crime scene until the car came out. My heart literally is breaking for her mother. Yes, her whole family. I mean, how sad. I'm gonna put my link out here if anybody wants to come up and Lady of Love, do you want to come up and talk about it since you know the guy from the news? It's very, very, very sad. Do you think there is foreplay involved or was this an accident? I really don't know right now. Only the autopsy will be able to tell that and the toxicology. There was a small hill to the side of where they pulled her out. They put something around it and I don't know why. Hmm. Hi, Violet. There's Jinkies. Hey, Jinkies. Hey, country girl. I think everybody's heart's broken. I really do. Hey, JPL.
Hi.
Welcome. Hey. So
Hi.
you was there yesterday?
I have been there since the beginning when I was there at the first news conference. And,
Wow.
and then I kept going up to my condo up in Squaw Valley. So I would go, back and forth during the week and then on the weekends. And so this weekend I was up there with my son and his friend. And I said, guys, I have to go here
Uh-huh.
before we go back
Uh-huh.
in for the night. And we went down there and he was like, oh my God, this is really creepy.
You felt that feeling? That creepy feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He goes, they go, we got to get out of here. This is just too creepy out here. And I said, you guys, come on. It's a body of water. And they go, a body of water that somebody could be in. And I said, don't say that. I said, but you know what? You never know. You just never know. But when we
Right.
were on the road, when we were on this one road
Uh-huh.
that goes from the Prosser Dam Road, if you went all the way down that road, opposite from 89 and the 80,
Uh-huh.
you
Hey,
could not. It's so dark out there. Okay, there's no lights, so you've got this road that kind of stops after the boat ramp or after the boat parking lot, and then it
uh-huh.
just goes down into this dirt road and then goes right into the lake.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I thought, what if she went the wrong way and went down this road and into that water?
And is
But
that
yet,
where
and I don't know. I mean, can the car float? Did it go fly right where it landed? I don't know exactly.
it flipped upside down? I know that. It did
That's
flip.
On your beeswax. Hi.
it's just amazing. It's amazing that she was in that water and that all those agencies missed it. I mean, I'm not joking you. There were so many
Shirley.
people out there. The first day I went out there, there were
Uh-huh.
so many search and rescue sheriffs
Oh,
out there.
Robin Redmond.
Wow. And do you think that might have could have happened with Summer's case? That's what I was thinking.
Okay, Summer, that's a
For
completely
Ann.
different. That's a different animal because you got these nefarious drug addict parents that
Right.
neglected that little girl, especially that day. I mean, to take this little girl at 8 o'clock in the morning and put her in the car and have her go on all these errands with you and
Right.
not properly feed her or not have something, waters. And I don't know if they did, we don't know, really. We don't know.
We
Can you hear me
really
this
don't
evening?
know. Yeah, I hear you good.
Okay. So yeah, they Adventure with Purpose apparently had was tipped off,
Yeah.
and they were
Oh,
only in the water for 30 minutes, and that came from Mail had shared that, and also the SF Investigates, I guess, is the PI,
uh-huh.
and on his Twitter he shared a lot of information. So that's where I was getting a lot of
Wow.
the information from too.
Someone
Well,
told me, the person that sent me this picture said that was the party place. Is that right?
Actually, I do have some inside information about that party place.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
good.
There is a channel. Do you remember the video I sent you yesterday of some guy finding a bag and a book?
And the hat?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Is that the
No,
same
not
guy?
no, not the hat. There was like a purse bag, there was a book, and there was a box of crackers. And
Oh,
this guy was helping to search. Well, he went to a search area and actually found. They told him to go up to the campsite, and he said that they're not, for some reason, they're not sharing, but the campsite was totally different where
Okay,
they were doing
girl.
the party than what was said. Um,
Love
than what
you,
was said to the
Retro.
public.
Do what
really?
now? Sorry. What'd you say now?
He said that there's a different place than what that was shown on the news of
Uh-huh.
where this party was actually at. And
Wow.
he said he doesn't know why, but he dropped coordinates in a video. So I grabbed those too.
Okay. All
Well, it's
So
right.
called
I will find that.
sanctuary.
I will
The
find that
kids
on the
know
map.
it. They know it as the sanctuary, and it does look a little different,
Uh-huh.
but
No, my phone.
it's not a
Say
small
Glenn,
area, I'm telling you. So this is just a tiny picture.
Deborah
It's
Ann.
much bigger, obviously, for so many kids. And they did have good information that there were that many kids up there and young adults up there at this party, and it got out of control.
Right. Well,
You
so do
know,
you think this is because the person who sent me this, they said this was the party place. These pictures was the party place. Does that look familiar to you all?
this is a portion of something. It could be, it could be just a little. It's an enormous area.
Okay. So they're not for 100% sure, right?
Yeah,
Deborah
you
Ann,
just
please
don't
hold.
know. It could
Yeah.
be, and it could not be. You know what I mean?
Right, right. I'm just kind of showing you all the pictures that this person
Hey,
sent
Strawberry
me.
I think it's
Monkeys.
great.
They've sent me a whole bunch of them. Hang
Well,
on,
that's
I just
good.
don't want to disclose the person's identity, but I do want to show you all these pictures that they sent me, and I'm like, wow. And I actually told them I was coming on tomorrow, but I just couldn't wait. I had to come up today because I'm.
Oh, I've been crying. I was like going, I just need to talk to somebody. I was crying like a half hour ago, going, I just can't. I can't even process this because this is the second time I've been by a body of water
Hey, do or
where
Didi.
somebody has been found.
Right.
Frankie.
That's
Hey, my
well,
Frankie.
I get kind of like that feeling when I go up there to the Warriors Park because I live near Summer. Hey Frankie, hey Tree Tree, hey Do or Diddy, hey Juicy
Yeah, how do we know
This
she's
might
not
not
in
be
that
raising your
water?
hand.
You're right.
Right. Well, I don't feel that. What how you got that feeling when you
Yeah.
went there? Well, I got that
Hey,
feeling
Tree
when I
Tree.
held her teddy bear, when I touched her teddy bear. But when I
Oh,
was up there at Warriors Park, I never got that feeling.
okay.
Hey,
So,
Carly.
But you
but
touched a personal thing of hers, so therefore you can almost. It's like
I felt
it's
like
a
I was at a
connection.
funeral at her birthday party. That's how I felt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lisa Ho.
Wow.
Tree Tree said that she wished that she knew that she was in that water too. I knew she was with the car. I kept saying, if you find the car, you'll find her. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I gotta figure that's what happened. She ran off into a. She was
Oh,
drinking.
her parents are gonna do an autopsy and toxicology. Are you kidding? Oh,
Yeah,
hell yeah, do one.
shorty,
that's
they
true. I
They
would.
gotta
don't
figure
care.
that's what happened to
There's
her
not gonna
though.
be any repercussions against them.
I remember when I
You
was
know,
16 and I got a car. And I did some real
especially.
stupid stuff. And
Hey,
that's
Kay,
why
the
the 16-year-old should not be left to drive cars by
Well, the
themselves.
thing is, if she was passed away before she went in that water, they'll be able to tell because she'll still have oxygen in her lungs.
That's true.
They'll be able to tell whether or not she was breathing when she went in that water or she wasn't breathing.
That is time to tell right now, from toxicology,
Oh
if there
yeah,
was a strange substance in her, you know.
I almost guarantee they'll find stuff in her like alcohol and
Yeah.
stuff because Sammy openly admitted that, but
Oh, I'm mad at her in a way.
I completely
yeah,
I'm
agree.
she
mad that she says that, she was in the car and asked her for a ride home, and then she gets out of the car and she gets a ride home from this dude. So she takes the dude over her friend.
I've had friends do that before to me
I
when I
know,
was younger.
I
They
know, but
drop
I'm
me.
mad at that, man. You don't
Yep,
leave your girls. You don't leave them,
yep. I agree. And
especially when you had weird feelings about the guys that were there.
right. I mean, and knew that she was blown out of her mind. I mean, if you watched Crime Stories Obsessed, one of the girls that was there that saw her knew she was blowed out of her mind, said she was
So sad.
very intoxicated, which I mean, I'm sure Sammy was too, but who leaves their friend like that? I mean,
I know.
I don't know. This must be another driveway. I just want to kind of show you some of these pictures that was sent of the area. Like I think this is like a road here that you go down to go into that area somehow. You're probably more familiar with it than I am, but it's just sad, you all. And I don't know if this was the mom when she first found out. Maybe she was staying there in a camper.
There was at the I know that at the rec center there were a lot of RVs, and she was always near the RV.
The mom was.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, she was always there at the RVs talking with people, and getting a lot of support. Um, but the dad was there, and I think he just had to leave. It was just too much. It was just way overwhelming for him.
Oh
And
yeah.
I walked into the community meeting with him, not knowing he was the dad. As I'm walking, I'm like, this is such a sad thing. That's my daughter. And I was like,
Oh, he said
Aw.
that.
oh my God, you're her father. And you could see you could sense he hadn't eaten. He was just very withdrawn.
Sure.
And so when I saw the picture of him at the side of Prosser, that picture of him looking up at the sky, I thought, oh, he's dying right now. This man's
Oh
heart is
yeah.
just,
Well, when they were pulling her out of the water, my heart was just like fluttering watching it.
yeah.
They were pulling
They
her
usually
out.
don't do that. Did you know that?
They what?
I'm surprised that this was allowed. Usually they don't do that. They're
Well,
not going to show so much. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
and I was really kind of, it was almost invasive for the investigators to have so many news crews out there doing that at
right,
that
right,
time.
right. I mean, because they showed the. I mean,
I
they showed
know,
it being pulled completely out of the water.
I
Yeah,
know. And it was so hard looking at it. And I'm thinking, can you imagine parents?
I
And there's
know.
news crews out there, and then they have to see it again
Yeah,
later on.
yeah.
They
You
have to
could
kind of
see.
relive it when they
Yeah.
see this.
Well, and I mean, just knowing your daughter is in there,
Yeah.
and I don't
Are you
know.
kidding? I'd want to be jumping in that freaking car
I would.
before they
Yeah,
brought it out.
I would have been
I'd
in
be
there too
swimming to get down in that water.
to get my child.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's
She,
probably what that dad was thinking. I
yeah.
want to get in that water and grab my baby.
Yep. I almost guarantee that's what he was thinking. And that mama, and they said that they last night that they were looking AR whatever, and they thought they seen the tires from the car upside down. Lean on Me was telling me something about that. me pull up another picture here, guys.
That would be so hard to find because it was upside down too. Because it wasn't a silver top that that they could
Yeah.
see. It was black
Yeah.
tires.
Hello, West
You know.
Wind. Yeah, the dad was at the shoreline. It's so sad. I feel so bad for him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I hope that this isn't something
Nefarious. Yeah, me too.
major
I'm with you.
because of, the poor girl. I hope. But I have a feeling that those friends know more than what they're saying. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
I
But
still want to know where she was parked. I still want to know how, if there were cars around her, and then how she got out. How, if
not
she was,
Deborah.
you know, and being drunk or drugged, and it's like, how was the car in drive? Was it neutral? You know,
Hey, I mean, I know she was
did
under
she
the
OD?
influence.
Did she
Yeah,
OD? Somebody freaked out and they put her in the driver's seat.
that's kind of what I was thinking.
I mean, I hate to
Maybe.
even say it, but that went through my head.
I'm gonna pull this down. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that she's got a hold of something bad. They freaked out and put her
I
in
mean,
the
I would never
car.
put that as a rumor out, and don't anybody ever say, "Oh my God, I heard that." Blah blah blah.
Well,
No.
this is just all allegedly. That's
Yes, I mean that's what I was thinking.
allegedly
Thinking
for the
these
morning.
are two possible things. You know.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, they'll be able to tell just by the autopsy. Not in, they. You won't. We won't have to wait until. We won't have to wait until the toxicology to know if she was alive when she went in that water. They'll be able to tell that during the autopsy. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I agree, and I really think it was just a horrible, horrible accident. But by God, where were anybody around her to say you're really too drunk to drive? You should not be behind a wheel.
That the girls that were surrounding her, including the 18-year-old girl, they were adults. They should have had taken some kind of responsibility. Some kind of responsibility they should have took, in my opinion, to make sure that she was okay and that she made it home. And I think maybe that little Sammy did feel guilty about it. Maybe that's why she did come out and search so hard, was not because she knew something, but because she felt guilty.
Sure,
Um,
yeah, and that's how she had to get out of town. Her
mhm.
parents either they had this plan vacation, or they were like, "We got to get you out of town. You're so in it that they're ripping you to shreds, and this girl is going to have some serious therapy to go through."
Oh yeah. Did she leave the town? Did
Yeah,
she?
she's in Montana.
Okay, lady of love. So how was she allowed to leave the town? Hello, just saying.
No, I have no idea. I mean, her parents are a lawyer and a PI, and maybe they just didn't have enough, to say, "Hey, you can't leave."
I never want to judge a mother,
Yeah,
but I feel like this mother was more of a buddy than a mother. I mean,
they were
this is
so they
rodeo.
live so laid back there, and they trust their kids, and they were kids. They're not that old. These parents are not that old, and they're realists. They know that their kids are going to do this. They
Yeah,
know they're going to go out. But this girl apparently she was not a big, she was very responsible. I mean, she was supposed to pick up her sister at some point, and she told her mother she had something to drink. She didn't feel comfortable. She's got a relationship with her mother that
right.
she's
Well,
not going to do something. And so that when everybody says she was trying to lie to her mom about going to this party, and I don't know, that just bothers me. I just
well, and like I said, a lot of people are naive. They don't think bad things are going to happen to them.
yep,
And
yep,
so they, like we, a lot of us has been through a lot. So we're on the guard and we're helicopter moms, whereas a lot of people are not so much and they want their kids to get out and have fun and party and live a good teenage life. But nowadays it's just not safe. And the drugs out there is not safe. And you just can't even take a text as a, you
Oh,
know,
Southern
you need to
California.
be thinking
Okay. She's in
about.
Southern
Hello, Chandra.
California.
Huh?
I guess she's in Southern California with her parents. Okay. Right
Who
on.
is? Who's in?
Um, Sam,
Oh,
is it? Yeah.
Sammy's in Southern California with her parents. Um, I wonder how she's taking this. Where she found out. I mean, is she gonna make a
Because all of
statement?
these parents are all friends. They've been friends since high school. The parents are, and
Yeah.
that's how a lot of the kids know each other. All right.
Uh
She was
huh.
homeschooled. She didn't really go out. I mean, she was very studious. She did a lot of. She didn't do sports. She just did her music.
Yeah.
And the girl, I'm sure, had some wild friends, but
Yeah.
they, I
But we
just don't.
all did at that age.
God, I
We did.
know. Now they're going to have to. I mean, the buddy system has got to be in place.
Yeah.
And also, this party was not supposed to be this big. It really was supposed to be for the high schools around there. And that's what the parents thought, you know?
Right.
We're thinking it's going on social fucking media that everybody in California is going to come.
Yeah.
And that's where it got so nefarious, is all these other people bringing drugs and the weird guys trying to get mags within 10 minutes when she was only there 10 minutes to
Yeah.
5 bong rips. I mean, I don't get it. And then she leaves with her boyfriend.
Well,
Uh,
I know it. The Mag Girl. Yeah. And then like they didn't even get her hoodie right. I mean,
yeah,
if Sammy was with her all night with no one into the bathroom with her in the woods and everything, why couldn't she tell them that she had a white hoodie on? I wonder if they found her with that hoodie on. I wonder
that'll
if
be
she.
interesting too. Yeah,
Mhm.
that would be interesting to find out.
Yeah, it was said everyone left at 12:30. Then that's when her phone last pinged right at the edge of the water. At the edge of the water, her water. And why did everybody hightail it out of there at 12:30?
Sure. At the there wouldn't be tire marks, like skid marks or anything. It's a really, really, really rugged, narrow road,
It
and it's
is.
a lot of bumps. And right before, there's a ton of potholes on the normal road, where it's paved, right near the
Uh-huh.
dirt. So that's the thing that freaks me out, is that she's going down this road, she's getting these potholes, and
Hmm.
she's there's no potholes on my way home. You know what I mean? Thinking, if she was,
Yeah.
even if you were really, really drunk, you'd go, you know, and hit one of those potholes and go, oh my God, you know, where the
Yeah.
hell am I going?
Well, if it's that narrow, then I could see how she could have went over the road if she was under the influence. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
where, I don't know. We just have to find out from
yeah,
it's
I don't see how anybody didn't see her going into the water if there was 300 people in
Mhm.
that area.
Yeah, they got out and she went the other way, just
Yeah. Well, only the autopsy will tell now. Like, they didn't even really tell what happened to Gabby Bettino. John Walsh let that one out.
oh
Uh,
yeah, yep.
she was severely beaten. He said she was beaten to death. That's what John Walsh said. But they never released that. And he said it right in front of the Petito's family that she
There
was
are
beaten.
no lights. No, there are no lights on the road. Totally dark.
Oh, really? There's no
Oh,
lights in that area?
oh yeah, and there also had been a lot of different tires and stuff, because they had so many search and rescue all through there. So they wouldn't have been able to say, "Oh, look, there's tire marks in that dirt," from her.
Right.
And people are out. There was a campground right very close, and people are taking their boats out and their dogs out, and
Right. Right. There is something funny about that hoodie. I know. I wonder if she was wearing that hoodie. Surely they'll tell it if she was wearing that hoodie. If anybody hasn't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button. That I appreciate it so much. That helps supports my channel, and hit that thumbs up. But yeah, I mean, I feel the same
I just think
way.
Summer was buried. I just have a
Yeah,
creepy feeling.
I think so too. I think she.
And I don't think they did they need to do a different search. They need to go out and maybe search somewhere else, because that's it's a big area. And there
Mm-hmm,
is that road on the back side with that house.
mm-hmm.
Wasn't there
And the
an
mountains
abandoned
are
house?
huge. Like here where I'm at, is the farther you get, closer you get to Knoxville, the more rolling hills there is. But we're they're in Kingsport, and they're right on the Kingsport line. Um, is their mountains are bigger. It's Virginia mountains. They're close to Virginia, so that's a lot of terrain to go through.
Yeah,
A
it is.
lot, you know.
But they don't have the money. A lot of these agencies, they don't have the money to do these things. And I know that for sure that her GoFundMe, the mom's GoFundMe that was going towards, um, in Kylie's case, was going to search and rescue workers.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, because she knows the lack of money and funds out there, and she's like, how can I get people? How can I get them to, how can I fund these people? To do
absolutely.
this.
And see, that's a real mother there, out there helping people
Yeah,
search for her child versus,
Candace
Candy Fly out here playing cards and
calling
having.
herself Magic now,
She's calling herself Magic.
or something like that. Somebody said that she has changed her name or her identity on Facebook as Magic or something like that.
Oh my goodness. I wouldn't doubt that.
I'm like, I believe it. I believe that she's up to her old little
Oh yeah. No
game.
doubt.
Because
I did
isn't he supposed to get out?
next
Not
month or a month after next. Yeah. He's the
God.
30th of October. And I'm curious to see how that she show's gonna go when he gets
Oh
out.
yeah. Is he going back to his Ben Hill and she's out of there, or is she going to be waiting there for him? Or
Um, I think she's been going and seeing him, so I'd say more than likely he she'll be right back up there, and they'll be raising Cain on YouTube again. Let me see. I got a
oh yeah.
Jamie sent me
Well, she wouldn't go see him because she said herself, I won't go see him because I would get arrested.
well, I heard she was going to see
Actually, to
him.
look for any
Okay,
clues.
hang on here. That Lady of Love just sent me a video
Okay.
of the guy that has been doing some searching there. Let me see
The guy
here.
with the drone?
I'm not for sure if he's the guy from the drone, but he said looking for clues on the
On the
thing.
last
Okay.
place
Thank you,
where
Lady of
Kiely
Love.
Rodni was expected to be seen. So this is the not the not the Prosser family campground, but it's near the Prosser family campground. Although all the media's been saying that she was last seen at the Prosser family campground. I found that not to be true. Um, so this is the place that I'm currently at, is the last place where Kiely Rodni was seen. So one of the things that I'm doing here is I'm essentially scouting the place, looking for any kind of evidence um, that the party was being held here, looking for any kind of
Yeah, they said they didn't see
possible
beers or anything.
evidence that
Cans.
um, might have been left behind, like a cell phone, parts of a cell phone. I have been up and down the reservoir in my kayak doing some magnet fishing, trying to locate um, locate any kind of clues, any piece of information that would kind of tell me that I'm in the right direction, etc. But as you can see here, it's a very remote place. This place does have Wi-Fi. I definitely um, has a cell tower, so you're able to upload videos. So here you guys could see it's one of those heat packs to keep warm. Seems like somebody was prepared. It must have been a cold night. It's pretty cold here in Truckee. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the area.
Little
At
hidden
night,
horses
it
there.
gets cold fast. It has one of the most drastic drops in temperature at night. But currently, it's
wow.
raining, and all I'm doing is I'm scouting for any kind of evidence
Is that
that I can find
cactuses?
that the party did in fact
So up here he finds a lot of the party trash, the beer bottles,
as you
smashed
can see
glass.
here we're
He finds
stumbling
the.
There you
on
go. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Pacifico here.
So he finds a lot of stuff
And
up
so
here.
as you
He
can see
finds
here, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere.
also
But
I'll stop it for a minute while you talk.
he also finds, they had those glow sticks and stuff that they had at the party. So at the other location that Sammy shows everybody on the news, he is saying is not the right location, and he doesn't understand why the news is letting that carry on. So he drops in the comments of this video, he drops the real coordinates, and they give them a map and an app where they have to go through and search. They also have to mark an area where they find things, but they found the glow sticks and stuff up here. And so they're thinking that's where the party really was.
So Sammy lied about the location, allegedly.
It surely looks so.
Hey, Miss Chewy. Hello, Hash Brown. Okay, so
Either that, or maybe they're trying to catch somebody else in a slip up. But it does look like her when she's the one on the news showing the area.
If you kind of search,
unless they had even moved the party.
They may
might
have.
have moved
of evidence.
They might have moved it, yeah.
Those are tobacco
That people
plants. Okay,
or
thank
kids
you.
or teenagers were in fact at this location. And so one of the things that I'm doing here is I'm just looking to see if I find any kind of evidence that might help investigators out. And I know they looked over this area already, but just seeing if there's any other evidence that we can find that can help bring a little closure to the family. Maybe that will help aid the investigation.
Yeah.
As you can see here, another Pacifico can. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, here's another.
So that's kind of like where the party was.
Yeah, I'm thinking they either had the party at one place and moved, or it was lied about where the actual party was.
Here is
Thank you, JPL, for coming up here and talking.
Maybe I can spot something.
It does appear like they either cleaned up a lot of trash before they left.
And
but I'm thinking somebody went back and cleaned up the scene the next day. Is what I'm thinking.
app. The Caltopo app essentially is an app that essentially tracks my GPS coordinates. Here's some pieces of glass. Looks like somebody smashed a bottle.
Oh, that's definitely where the party was.
Yeah, there's still a lot of it. He finds a lot of little stuff. He finds glow sticks up there.
Somebody was popping some Modelo's, it looks like.
Could be, honest, Ray.
Glow stick.
There's the glow stick. Now, Sammy's the one that bought the glow sticks for the party. It was his thing.
Corona.
Oh, wow.
They had glow sticks and lights.
Here's where these individuals essentially had a bonfire, and looks like everybody was breaking they were throwing their cans or their bottles in there. But if you can see here, I mean, it's just large amounts of what seems to be that this was a huge party. I'm talking, there's bottle caps everywhere. There's all types of drinks everywhere.
Twisted tea.
As you guys can see here, it's a very remote place. It's not a campground. It's a place in the forest that's near the reservoir.
Yeah, it's up higher.
But
Oh,
Boy,
wow.
I'm talking
Hey,
it looks
Deb.
like there was, look at this. You guys remember those, right? Looks like somebody,
Like a little gun popper
I
thing?
mean, look at this. It's just one bottle cap after another.
Oh, yeah, that's where
I
they
mean,
had most of that party at.
if you look hard enough, you could really find all sorts of evidence here that shows that these kids, this is a drinking spot. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah,
See what this is here.
the glow stick pack.
Glow
Yeah,
stick, guys.
that's how they
Look
know
at
where the party was
that.
because
Little
of all that.
eyeglasses.
Oh, wow.
Don't worry, I'll come back and I'll pick up what I can. I brought my scooper. Um,
I don't know if
but for
people
the
should be doing
meantime,
that,
I'm
though,
gonna
you
just
know?
make sure I get the okay
Coors
before I
Light.
start picking stuff up. I know that the sheriffs were in fact here. Uh, I know that they have this area on the perimeter with marked off where it
That's true,
says
Sheriff.
"Do not enter, sheriff." However, that perimeter was brought down, and it seems like they've collected all the evidence that they've needed to collect. So one of the things that I'm doing here is just I'm kind of scouting the place. Look at that. I don't know if you know what that is, put in the chat. But my main thing is I'm trying to look
Yeah, you can tell
for
there was a
any
lot of
kind of
cars up there.
evidence that I see that maybe somebody
That there had been a
might have
lot of cars
smashed the
there.
cell
Yeah,
phone
if you pay
because
attention to the
we know
ground, there's a
that the
lot of
phone's
tire
been here
marks,
and then all of a
and
sudden
you
it
can tell
wasn't
where
pinged.
people have been walking
As
and
some of you
trampling
guys
all
know,
over.
there's soft shutdowns, hard shutdowns on the phone. Essentially what that means, another glow stick. Hard shutdown, soft shutdown. Soft shutdown means your battery ran out, your phone ended up shutting itself
Wow.
down, or you turned it off. The way it's shut down, it means that, you know, um,
So you can
you
see
ran
where
out of
everybody's
battery.
pulling in and
Hard
out. There's a lot
shutdown,
of tire marks.
like your phone was smashed.
You know, they could
More
have hit
evidence
her
of
doing them
mobiles.
donuts or anything. Ran over her.
Hard
Yeah,
shutdown, you got in a car
I'm really
accident,
concerned about the fight too that had broke
your
out.
phone
Who
got
was in that
smashed,
fight?
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I know they haven't been able to find her phone,
But you know, Sammy was really
but
pushing the
seriously, there's
narrative
nobody around me.
She
I'm
that
all
she was
alone here where
wasted.
the party took place, so it
He's
would
the one
make
pushing
sense
that.
that the kids would come here,
Absolutely, she
blast your
was.
radios, you get internet reception, you're in the middle of nowhere, no one's gonna hear you, you're gonna party all night long, and teenagers do what teenagers do. It's unfortunate that this happened to Kiely and her family, and it's up to us to kind of try to put the pieces together. I know investigators are doing their best, but I figured if I'm not out here searching on my kayak, doing magnet fishing, I mean, I only have so many hands, and
I just stopped it for just a second. I hope I don't get a copyright on that, but uh
Well,
that's
we're talking,
stopped
so
it for just a minute. I think it'd be okay. Uh but yeah, um 1,000 things could have happened to her. And they think by putting her in that water that they're going to get out of it, but absolutely not. They're going to find out whether or not she passed away before that she went in that water or if she didn't. You know what I mean?
yeah,
if
you
I
know,
have some
Daisy,
time off that I can
Go
devote.
ahead, sorry.
this is the same guy that I sent you the video where he found that bag, the book, and the crackers down by Kylie's house.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, it was just down the road and it was offset off the road. And I'm thinking that somebody purposely put that there to throw authorities off, and somebody found her before that was able to happen. This guy is the one that found that bag and stuff. And so that's also on his channel. His channel
Wow.
name is Check It TV.
Check It TV.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know. I'll play it some more, but he really is
Then
into this, isn't
why
he?
not?
Okay.
So that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm out here just scouting,
Let me
for
make it go a little faster. I
anything. I mean, if you guys see something, let me know. But it's raining right now, and I'm looking for anything, any fragments of a phone, maybe. You know, I mean, gosh, there's just, you can see there's just one bottle cap after another after another. It's like a little trail that says go this way. So it seems like a lot of people were kind of hanging out
So
in
it
this
was
general
spread out
direction.
a lot
Look,
there.
there's more stuff here. Glow necklaces,
More glow sticks.
glow lights, glow necklaces,
I feel better.
beer
Thank
cans,
you.
bottle caps, bottles, everywhere. It's just everywhere. But the main thing is just kind of wanted to give you guys a glimpse as to, you know, where this party happened. Essentially, you guys could see here, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of somewhere, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So there is cell phone reception, or else I wouldn't be able to do this live. What I'm doing here is I'm just trying to scout the area, seeing if, you know, maybe I get lucky and I find something.
He's giving us
You know,
a good idea. Where'd Lady of Love
It's
go?
raining, so maybe the wavelengths on the device might, I don't know. I
He's
guess I'm
giving
just being
us
hopeful.
a good
But
idea of the area
so far, the only
and how
evidence I
spread
found
out
is
that party
people have
was.
been drinking here and everybody has glow sticks.
Mm.
Other than that, I haven't found much on the Kiely Rodni case. It looks
That's
like this
true,
area
true,
has
true.
been searched. But so far, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news conferences. Nothing. But I'm just going to keep looking. It's getting to be a little dark. I'm just trying to see if I find something. Maybe someone threw her cell phone into a tree and it cracked. Or, I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm going to go ahead and kind of go in the direction where all the
You could
bottle
be
caps
right,
are.
Phoenix.
And see
I
if
hope
maybe
that's
that
the
leads me
case.
to somewhere where people might have been hanging out that night. And as you can see here, Fosters.
You can tell
So
it's
it
pretty
looks like
high
kids
up.
might have hung out here in this ravine here. I hear people on their motorcycles down there. So this is a place where all-terrain vehicles come and just hang out, you know. And it's not surprising that you'd see them be out here at this moment in time, since it's raining and I mean, the soil's perfect for that. But you can see a little path maybe going down there, but
Hello.
I don't see
Goddess
anything.
Love.
I do see that path. Hear somebody yelling in the distance. Oh, I'm in sandals, so it's a little slippery. It's raining.
Definitely
Anywho,
different
I'm
terrain
gonna
than
just
I'm
keep
used
looking.
to.
I'm gonna keep logging my progress, and if I see something, I'll definitely shoot an email off to the right people to come take a look. But
But
I
like
believe search and
JPL and them
rescue
said, it's mass
has been
terrain.
here. You know, to be honest, what I'm worried about is I'm worried that, you know, I mean, she might not be in the lake. She might, but I know that
Right, Lawrence.
Adventures with Purpose is coming out to hopefully try to find her. I didn't see any indication that she might be down there, or that a car might be pushed in there, to be honest. But
Well, she's
I'm
there.
also not an expert on any of this, so I don't know. All I know is that it takes all of us to find a search for her. I mean, if it was my little one missing, I'd want everybody to be out looking for her. And so that's what I'm doing. Is if I have time, my family's currently out having a girls trip. Grandma, the kiddos, my wife. So I'm not taking any time away from them. I'm just out here trying to do what I would hope everybody would be doing, just looking to see
Right.
if you spot anything. Um, just looking to see it. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard for the family. It's hard for the community. It's hard for anybody who can relate, who's got little ones at home, who, you raise them, you take care of them, and then poof, they're gone. So that's why I'm out here. I'm out here to kind of just see if I could find something, no matter how minuscule. But the only thing I'm finding so far is evidence that
You can see how
this is a
steep
drinking
it
spot for
is.
kids, And don't get me wrong, people have been coming here for 35 years. I talked to one of my neighbors. She grew up here in Truckee, and she told me that, they'd come here, hang out. This is the drinking spot. And she said, oh, yeah, I used to drink there 35, 40 years ago. And I was like, what? She's like, oh, yeah. And so, it's just a hangout place, but I don't know. It's unfortunate. I can't find anything.
You would think there'd be some kind of tire marks or something, though,
Nothing.
where she went
Anywho,
off.
I'm gonna continue my search. I've been tracking my progress via CalTopo. It's an app that's
Let's fast forward a little bit. See if he goes down by the water.
to see if they find anything.
There would have to been tire marks.
I haven't been very
That's
lucky.
what
I
I'm
haven't found
thinking.
any
Hey, Palmy.
clues. I mean, I've been magnet fishing in the reservoir.
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed
I
to
haven't
my
found
channel.
anything. I
Thank
know
you so
that
much.
a lot of people have been through here. By a lot of people, I mean like the search and rescue. But
Okay,
all these
Lady
little
of Love.
paths. I don't know, guys.
Hello, Wendy.
I
I don't
mean,
find
the
this to be
sand
a
is,
waste of time, to be
but
honest. I mean, yeah, I'd much rather be doing other stuff, but
there would have had to been tire
at the
marks
same time,
that night, that morning.
somebody doesn't do it, then somebody else expects somebody
Well,
else
did
to
you
do
guys
it,
see all those
and
tire marks where they were doing
like
donuts and stuff?
everybody needs to kind of come together, in my opinion, to help, assist in trying to solve what happened here that night.
Let's see
Trying
what
to figure out,
let me share his
you know,
link in here.
oh gosh, what they
Okay.
saw. Anyone has seen the sweatshirt? I mean, I don't know.
I'll put his link out here, guys.
Gosh, it's
Hey,
awful.
Cheryl.
But I think if we all just, I know they don't. I mean, the frustration is I've watched other people's channels, and they're like, hey, the reporters are not asking the hard questions, or they're not getting into the finer details of things, and why is that the case? Why haven't they
I
been
want to
doing?
read this comment for a minute. Cheryl said, sorry guys, let me sit up. What bothers me in front of the seat was too far back, and she was in the back of the car. Also, the back windows were half down, and it was 45 that night. Do we know that for sure, Cheryl? Oh, I will send pics of you in the area of water where she went in. Okay, thank you, Lady Love. Let me finish this up real quick, and then we'll.
Doing that. Oh look, what is
He's
that?
just showing
Looks
the
like a
party
butter
place
knife,
right now.
some Altoids,
Oh, a
and
butter knife.
a full pack of Trident gum.
I agree. I think maybe
Looks
there
like there
be.
might be something in
We'll
there.
know when they get that autopsy.
Again, I will pick up some of this stuff.
Yeah.
But here's my car.
Yeah,
But as you can see here, it's like the way to get here. This makes a circle. I'm not gonna pinpoint exactly where. I'm sure they'll let it known in due time. It's just I've been asking people, hey, where was this party? This is what I'm doing. And some people are just kind of this piece of a charger, an iPhone charger, but it looks like it's been.
Yeah, I have been sent photos.
So essentially,
of this.
what I would like
Yeah,
is
I've got
for
picture. I'm going to show you guys
to get more
too.
information. I mean, it took me forever to just figure out where this place was, and I've been wasting my time
Just kind of showing you this
searching other
video
areas.
of.
And lo and behold, you know, I don't know why they're keeping it on their wraps, but as soon as I'm gonna call someone and try to figure out, like
No, this is somebody in
if I let
Truckee
people know
at the
that this is the
site.
area, so more people can focus here. And so hopefully they say yes, and then I'll
Okay,
put the
thank you,
exact
Phoenix.
GPS coordinates of where this is, so people can come and look around. And I don't know. I don't even know if that's the right thing to do, to be honest. All I know is that I'm out here looking.
Oh yeah. I'd say
I haven't
people
found
would end
anything.
up in the back seat.
So I'm just gonna pick up some garbage, and I'm gonna go ahead and head home. And yeah.
Hey,
All right.
Mystic
Thanks for watching, guys, and
hello.
I appreciate you guys watching this. All right. Have a great day.
Kind of give you all an idea of the area, the party area. I'm gonna bring back. I'll take that down, and I'm gonna bring back up some of the photos that I was sent of her, as they were pulling her out of the Levine. Hang on just a second. Right here, these photos. You know, it was sad, you guys. It's a sad situation. Um, a local person was in another channel and she talked about how it rained. So that would explain why that, they probably wouldn't have seen tar marks so much. Grizzly True Crime is where I saw that. Yeah. Hello, Pamela Bird. Hi, beautiful. Thank you for the update. Love your channel. Justice for all these people. Thank you. The back of the car is covered with a blue tarp. Yeah, I've got a closer up picture. Let me see if I can bring that up. That's the one where she was located. So you can see this long road. Either she turned down this way and came that way. She could have came that way, you guys. She could have came down that way, but she would have, and it could have just like went down that way. But it kind of looks like she went straight down that road and into that ravine. That's where it kind of looks like to me. I could be wrong. Yeah, right here is where the red tarp is, guys. Let me take this down. Let's see. Yeah, this is where the car. This is the car being pulled out. Um, which is so sad. Another picture of the car being pulled out. They was getting the tarps out. This is the car in the water. You can see how far off from the shore it is. There's the car in the water. There's her mother. I think that was her mother today at that place. My worst fear is drowning in a vehicle, so I hope maybe she hit her head or was unconscious. She could have been passed out. You never know. There's the dive team. This is a road that was going down that area. This is supposed to be the party site. Right here, you see this hat right there? Right here, this guy with the hat, that's her grandfather sitting there. Everyone will have to look at his video. It was side video. Front of the window was broke out. Wow. It is very sad, Fancy Clancy. But you can see the grandpa's head here. And this is where the car was marked in the lake. So yeah. If the woods could talk, I feel sorry for her mother, her father, her grandfather. This is just a nightmare. That's all this is. It's so spooky and such a nightmare. You know, just so sad. Anybody that's wondering what it looks like from a distance, that's what it looks like right there. AP said the windows were all up. They had to break the window to get in so they could retrieve it. Okay. Hey, hey, God is love. So do I miss Daisy? So do I miss Daisies? Hey, Truth to Light. Hello, hello, you all. I'm just trying to show you all these pictures, and you can see the possible road that she went down. She could have just drove straight into that area. Hang on just a second, guys. I'm getting text here. Hang on. I think Miss Jamie sent me some more here. Uh, yeah, this is hers. Yeah, thank you, Jamie. I'll pull that back up. But yeah, this you can look at this and see how far she went, and only time's going to tell. Only time is going to tell. But look, when they pulled that up, they sure could. You sure could see it when they pulled that up. No doubt about that. You could see it. You know. Hang on just a second, y'all. Let me try to. I'll be right back. Let's see here. Hang on. Lord, just a second, guys. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys see these pictures of the scene where they were pulling the car out, and thankfully, hello, Hot Dragon Fire, before the car filled completely with water. Yeah, they used the boat to push air out of it. Yeah, they had floaters underneath the car. They actually had floaters under the car to get the car to go um, to flip back over and stuff. So it was just so surreal watching it, you guys. It's so sad. I just feel really bad for her mother and her father and her family. Yeah, this right here is actually like a fence that they put up to block people off from seeing it. But somebody else said something about something being roped off. I'm not really seeing it here, but we can look. You can see as they're bringing it out the water. How sad. It's just so spooky. Is that not spooky, you all? It's just so spooky. That's what I was thinking, truth to light. Maybe some foul play. Yeah, they was doing donuts. As the video you guys just seen, there was lots of donut tracks. Look at that. That's so spooky. Look at her poor mama, you guys. I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad for her. Bless her heart. It's just sad situation all the way around, you know. Here's the divers. There's the road that she would have had to went down in some of the area. And like I said, right there's in that hat is the grandfather sitting there, knowing that his grandbaby is in that water. You know, how heart wrenching. I was at a lake one day and this person had drowned, and they drug the lake and drug the lake and drug the lake all night long for this person, and it was the creepiest feeling. It was just so creepy, and that's the feeling I'm kind of getting here. It's always really surreal connection to the last one in the way. Yeah, Someone was in the water and took close photos. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Van Camper Designer. Hello, hello. If you guys have not subscribed to my channel yet, please feel free to just subscribe to my channel. That supports my channel and keeps my channel going. And hit that like button. I appreciate it. We have a lot of good, interesting stories we talk on here. We're a family. And I try to read everyone's thing unless it gets too much. Hello, Veronica. Okay, Ange. Go back a few pictures and you can see where it's roped off. Okay. Hello, Love Wins. Yeah, it was his grandfather. I know. I'm so glad Sammy the Adventure Man, was there with Jarp, Jarped. Absolutely. That lake gets so cold that it freezes and the ice skates on it in the wintertime. So it got down to 45, someone said that night. Let's go back and see what Square taped off because y'all talked about that. Square taped off. Let me try to look back and see what was Square taped off. Is it there? Are y'all talking about that picture there? Hello, Love Wins. Hello, Brian R. With 4 road cones. Keep going. Okay. The water. There's adventures. I think I might have went too far, you guys. That was earlier, right at that picture was taken right after they had found her. I'm not seeing anything roped off, you guys. Is it in this picture? Yes, absolutely. If you look at the same picture, some of the pictures you can faintly see tire tracks leading to the water. Okay. Hello, Bory Boy. It's the lower right corner. Okay. Can you zoom in of the pic? Lower right corner of the pic. Let me take this down right quick so we can see. Right corner of I see it right there. Can you guys see it? It's right there. What is that? Can you guys see that right there in the corner? Go one back. Okay, okay. Let me go back. Hang on. What was that taped off? Let's see if we can find it. No. There, right there. Is that what you're talking about? Are you guys talking about this over here in this corner right here? I don't know what that is. What do you guys think that is? Can you see it? They just showed Jairus and Sam. I don't know what that is. I wish I could make it bigger though. Let me look at it bigger. I wish you all could see it bigger. Let me go down a second so you all can see it bigger. Let me take this down right quick. Hang on. I'm going to go down for a minute so you guys can see the picture bigger. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Did you guys see it bigger? Could you see it a little bigger? The taped off area with the 2 men there? I can see it bigger on mine, but I still looks like there's two items, one there and one there laying. It's not in the middle of the taped off area though. But there's two items there. So I don't know what that means. There is a close up of it. It's taped close to the ground in a rectangular shape. Yeah, it said there was debris. They believe she entered the water there. Okay. Let me go back down again and show you guys. Maybe that helped a little bit. It is where her car was parked and she drove forward, not noticed in the distance of water. Okay. You could be right on that one. Absolutely right. And also right here, this guy's looking here. Wow. Hello, Grandma D. Yes, it's taped with yellow tape. There is still, and now they have put up tents up in that near the car. Okay. The car flipped after it entered the water. AWP explained how common it is for that to happen. Could be footprints. Could be. Because I'm not seeing anything on the ground there. Hey, Cottonmouth. So I take it they're probably going to find the phone in the car. I hope they find the phone in the car. I bet there is marks on it. I'm gonna go down and let y'all look again. I wish I could zoom in on it better. I'm not seeing any kind of item there. So it has to be some kind of mark. Why was her car parked there though? Oh, right here? That's where they pulled her car up out of the water. I wonder if she's even had her lights on. This is so heartbreaking. Prayers for the family. I know. It's just so sad. It's breaking my heart. It broke my heart when I was watching it earlier. Daisy, there's an A plus on the bottom. Hit that and see if it enlarges. Okay, let me see. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stupid me. Look, guys, that's as far as it'll go in, but thank you. Let me go down so y'all can see it. It's not parked there. She parked in the tree area, Sammy said. Thank you, Mystic. Thank you. Because there's no marks because it was raining. Well, I'm glad that we can see that though, because it is marked off. It won't let me go any further, but you can actually see the car better. Look at this. Look. Wow. Hmm. I wonder what this guy right here is doing. That's weird. And then I'm not really seeing any tire marks though. Are you guys? Probably is. There's two cones there. Yeah, one, two. Yep, there is. You're right. Might be footprints. Could be. Let's go down here. If you guys look, there's two divers down here, and there's that water. They got the whole car. I wonder who this is. This looks like somebody in regular clothes. I wonder if it would be her mother. Hey, Lady of Love. Oh, thank you, Veronica. Thank you for the super sticker. Let me get my thing here. Thank you, Veronica, for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank
Yeah, my phone might shut off again on me, but the
you.
I see people in the comments, but AWP Adventures with the Purpose said that they had to break the window to get inside. They have to be able to put that car in neutral to pull it out.
Oh, yeah. I never thought about
So they said that the windows were both up and intact, so there was no broken windows when they found the car.
it. Okay. But she was in the back seat of the car.
I, I'm I'm thinking she was in the front seat of the car, but I don't think they really confirmed that part.
There's two
Um,
items right there. Something.
yeah.
Right. So,
You can also go to their Facebook page and see what they're saying about it on Adventure with the Purpose.
on Adventures of Purpose.
It's Adventure with Purpose.
Oh,
They put a
thank
lot of
you.
information up there.
Okay. Veronica gave me another super chat. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Let me see if I can pull that up while I got this here. And everybody's looking here. I'll look at their Facebook thing and
Yeah, I sent you an aerial shot that I seen on Grizzly's channel that has it shows a way up high, so it shows you where the news is saying that the campsite was and where her car was located. I put a little red X there so
oh,
you
thank
can see.
you. Okay, let me pull that one up then. We'll put this one. Let me see. We'll pull that one up right quick. And thank you, Lady of Love, for that.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
It is.
I'm going to find those coordinates, or I'm going to do the coordinates in a map and then take a picture of where he's showing that the other site was. So
Okay.
we
So
have that
this one
too.
here is from the Grizzly. Oh,
Yeah,
there's that
Grizzly.
bruise you sent me the other day of Sam.
Yeah, that one I was on Grizzly's channel, so I just screenshotted what she was showing. There was there's another one. Sorry, I was showing that one because it didn't have the writing she had on it. There's another one.
Okay, let me take this down so it don't show your Facebook, and I'll go. So you another.
Yeah, I sent you another screenshot that has it shows the campsite and then it shows where the car was at. I mean, it's still a fair bit of distance from that campsite, but the one that's up higher where they're finding all that evidence with the glow sticks and stuff is even further. So I have to put in the coordinates and then take a screenshot and then I'll send that to you too.
Is it looking for clues? Is that the one you sent me?
It's a screenshot.
These are the only two I got. Was the ones that Grizzly chick.
Okay, let me resend it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you see that area right there?
Uh-huh.
That right at the end of that area is where they were using as a boat ramp, and you see that line going down? Right out there is where they found her car.
Right out here?
Yep, right there where your cursor is where they found her car.
Right out. So she came straight down, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense because this even curves off. If she was like out of it, I don't think she would have made all those curves and then drove straight down in the water. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
When it panned out earlier on the airplane when I was watching it live, it looked like she could that one part was coming straight down. She just took a turn and went straight in the water though. It kind of looked like boom. She didn't know the turn. She took the turn like a left turn and whoop right in the water.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because so many people go in and out of there. They take their boats down there, so it's really hard to tell because that is a boat ramp that is used to tell which are her tracks, but they can tell.
Yeah, they could tell.
Yeah, the police can tell. But it wasn't enough to cause alarm because there was people that were driving. The PI, the investigator, was he was flying all over there looking for any signs of tracks and stuff like that were going into the water. You don't expect anybody to go, oh, you just doxed me.
I'm sorry. I'm so
it's
sorry.
Okay. It's okay. I'm not worried about it.
I didn't.
Hello.
Me. Hey, Angie.
I don't have any enemies. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Let's get this thing. So this picture will make it bigger because this shows the exact like curve and all that, right?
Yeah, you see that big curve right up there?
Uh huh.
She would have had to come down there off of that left side there and
Uh
take
huh.
that curve. And I just don't see how that's possible if you're that out of it.
Sharp curve, ain't it?
And then
Both would have been.
go it had to have gone fast for it to go out as far as it did.
That's right. Like
It
somebody
is.
put it in neutral and let it go.
I think somebody probably put something on the gas pedal and let it go, but that's my opinion.
She could have passed out and her leg got heavy on the gas too.
But to take that curve,
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
this isn't the only curve. I mean, there's many curves they have to take to go up to the campsite that they're showing on the news.
Maybe she
There's
was
so
meant to
many
stay.
curves.
so she was right through here, right? Right.
Yep, she was right out there. They had put
Maybe
a red buoy. The buoy was attached to the car, and that was their marker. The line that people are seeing is the line from the truck to the car, and that's what they used to pull it up. It was a winch.
yeah. Maybe she was just, but maybe she went to meet someone down there, and maybe
Here's
she was
the
too
buoy.
drunk and passed out, and went straight in the water.
You know what's funny is though is they had that mass exodus at 12. Where everybody took off at 12:30, and then her last phone ping was by the water. So what happened
Like
at
something happened
12:30?
and they got the H out of there real quick.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
And
Something
if she
happened.
left at 12:30 with everybody else, she would have had a whole line of cars to follow. So this just doesn't make any
Right.
sense.
Yeah. And her out of it, she ain't gonna stay there by herself. I
No.
think
Correct.
something
Sammy should have never left her there.
and they got the blank out of there quick.
But
Because
you
they
know what's funny? Evil Exist shared that the text messages between that channel and her really good friend Kate. Kate wasn't at the party, but she is really close with Kiely. And
Mhm.
she said Sammy and Kiely are not even close, and they're not even friends really.
They're not even friends. They didn't even hang out. I seen that.
No, so and the police are aware of all that. The sheriff's office here is really good, and I think that they're gonna I think that they're on top of it, and they're not putting everything on the news. So
Right. I'm
I
gonna try
think
to
there's a
zoom in
you
on
know
that. Yeah, I mean, there's just this girl just inserted herself in there. I was trying to zoom in to see
yes, ma'am, she did,
what that
and I
was.
think they let her run with it,
Hmm.
and that's what I think. But that's my opinion.
I mean, yeah, there's just our opinions. It
Yeah,
was upside down, and I think that
yeah,
happens though. I
yeah.
think they
AWP said that every car will flip over because of the air in the tires. The motor's heavy, so it pulls the front of the car down. And then as it's going down in the water, it flips. And that's because of the water that when the cabin loses all of its air, the tires are the only thing left with air, so it does flip.
Yeah, and if it's, I guess, like got a current too, it decides if it whether flips it back or not. I think. If
And
it's like
yeah,
a,
they had to flip this car over because it was definitely upside down. But they said that all the cars they find are upside down. It's just the way it works. Unless it's in more shallow of water, and it just doesn't have a chance to flip because it's still heavy.
this
But
is
once it
Grandpa.
doesn't have any gravity really in the water, so
This is her car, and this is the diver, and this is her
yeah,
grand.
right where that red buoy is right above her car.
Yep, and that's her grandpa there in the hat. They said the person that sent me this.
Yeah, those pictures are from the PI, the guy Steve, the investigator, and he was the one there doing drone footage. When they first were going over, you couldn't even see that car, so it was hidden very well. I mean, it's 14 feet of water, but I think because it's not super clear water that you couldn't see it.
Well, and I watched it. It took them a long time for it to even be noticeable when they
Yeah,
were
and you can
picking it
see
up.
I seen it as it flipped over. You can see it as it was slowly flipping over, and I think they used those airbags for that to get
Hmm.
it flipped over, and they probably let the air out of the tires.
well, if they didn't use the airbags, sometimes they'll just use straight their tanks. I think I watched it on one episode. I think they just, if it ain't too much, they can use their tanks.
Yeah, and it was in deep enough water that they could easily use tanks to do it. I just don't know exactly what they used. You could see something in the water. You can see a diver down there. So
Yeah, there were divers in there trying to guide it. Um, when I watched it live, it's just so sad
yeah,
knowing that she.
KCRA has the full footage. They were over the top with the helicopter, so they were getting in close and showing all kinds of different shots.
Mm-hmm.
That's where a lot of these pictures are coming from. That's my local news station.
Yeah, I was watching it on their
Yeah.
YouTube live.
This is when they starting to pull it up and they's bringing out the things.
But somebody definitely went through and cleaned up those campsites. So I'm thinking somebody, either that night stayed and started cleaning up the mess, or they came back the next day to clean up the mess.
Yeah, especially with 300 people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're all drunk. So who's going to be staying and cleaning up the party? Nobody.
Oh, they said there were several other parties too on that lake, in another lake.
You can see.
Yeah, there was another party.
Huh? The what?
She said there was another party.
Yeah.
Yep. Somebody was upset online because somebody was sharing the wrong party, and the family asked them to take it down. So there was another party that was a little off in the distance.
Oh, yeah. AWP's website or something. They was asking to take it down.
Hey, Knowledge's party, power. He said, "Hello, chat. I don't mean to be a naysayer, but it does not seem normal to me that car was that far out into the water." That's what we were talking about.
Absolutely, it would have had because going through the water would slow the car down. So if she had fell asleep, I think it was pushed myself. I think it was pushed out there. I think they stopped it at one point, and then a bunch of them probably pushed it out further, because 14 feet of water, that water would have stopped that car had she just fallen asleep, even if she had her foot on the gas, because once it's airborne or waterborne, it's not going to be touching the ground. It wouldn't just push itself out.
Right. Look how far out. I mean, it's pretty far out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's my opinion, though. We're going to see what they say, but I'm pretty sure that the sheriff's office is, that they're in the FBI. I think they're on top of it.
Oh, yeah. They definitely.
There's stuff they're not telling the public, and they're doing that on purpose.
What did I do with that one part here where she was coming down the whole mountain thing? Where did I go with it? Is this too? There it is. That's the part there that right here is where her car is. She would have had to come, like you said, that big steep, unless she just.
And there's many other curves that she would have had to take to get to that. But if she's leaving with the rest of those cars, why would she not follow the line of cars, even if you're drunk? Right. She would have had plenty of people to follow out at 12:30. So It just doesn't make any sense. The fact that her phone shut off at 12:32 is
that
all coincidental.
Just shady, and the kids could. I mean, if Sammy was with her all night, why wasn't she telling us about the white shirt? Hello, Jetta. Hello, Matt.
In my opinion, I don't even think that was Kiely that sent her mom that text either.
No, I don't either.
Because it doesn't make any sense about that text. It's saying, I'm going to leave here in 45 minutes and then I'm going to head straight home. Why would you say that? I'm going to be coming home in 45 minutes. She wouldn't have to say she's coming straight home.
Exactly. Yeah. Her mom should have picked that up, but I guess her mom was tired and
her poor mom, I feel so bad for her.
I feel bad for her. Yeah, her whole family. Her body was not on the driver's seat. Lisa Rose said her body wasn't on the driver's seat. I think that she probably would have been thrown around a little bit in that car, though.
Yeah, depending on if she had her seatbelt or not. But they're going to find all that in that.
Oh, yeah.
I think they didn't want to move her body out because they needed to secure, they had divers go in and take pictures and stuff prior to even pulling that car out.
Oh, yeah. So, and you have to remember, too, is that she swelled.
Well,
Very, very
you know what's
well.
really good though is the fact that the water is going to preserve the body more so than it would if it was on land.
That's right.
There's
Yes.
not the elements and stuff, and plus she was inside of her car, so the fish weren't getting to her. All the windows were up.
That's
They said,
true. That's
they
true.
said that was it the silk? If she's in there for a good minute, it will keep her intact too. It
Yeah,
keep,
so that's good because that's going to preserve everything in that water. And if somebody just shut off her phone, most of these phones can be submerged in water for quite some time, right?
Yeah, I think an iPhone can, and they said it was an iPhone that she
And
had.
I think they'll probably salvage that if it's in that car. But I will bet you that that cell phone's not in the car.
That would be weird if that cell phone wasn't. That would definitely say something to me, like, you know,
Yeah.
um, if her cell phone's not in that car. If her cell phone is, then it could be. It could be a tragic accident with intoxication. I guarantee you, when they do the toxicology, she'll come back with a lot of stuff in her system, whether or
Yeah.
not it's bad stuff like fentanyl. They could have hit her. She could have been hit by a car or anything there because they were doing
You know
donuts.
what else
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense? You are correct with that too.
What
You know
was
what
it?
else doesn't make any sense is every picture we seen. Sammy says there was over 300 people at that party. Every picture we have seen looks no more than 30 people, maybe 50. Where's the picture with 300 people
300
showing?
people. Yeah. And somebody in the chat said that place would have been trashed if 300 people would have
Well,
been
if
there.
you look at the picture with the party, there's a picture which shows the people in the background by the cars. That one you
Uh-huh.
could see all the trash on the ground. That's what I mean. Somebody went back and cleaned up all that, probably evidence too.
Oh, there was a
That's
lot of
that's
trash.
my opinion. Yeah, there was a lot of trash in that picture.
See, they should have never been allowed to go back there on that scene and do that. Once
No,
she was,
especially if she's missing.
that's something they don't do in these missing people cases. I don't understand.
They
Why
might
they
have
won't-
though. I know the police searched before this other searcher and the other volunteers went out, so it's possible that they picked up all the evidence that they needed,
Mhm.
um, and then just left the rest.
Lisa said, let's see, how it took 3 minutes to send the last message to mom and another 3 minutes for the phone to shut down. How she got from safety to water in 3 minutes. Exactly. And they should be able to tell what time she drowned it if she truly did drown, and she would have drowned.
Well, they're even showing that her phone was off at 12:30. And Sammy is saying she got a call from her at 12:30. Was it 12:33 or 12? Yeah, I think it was 12:33. So
Hmm.
how would that possible if Kylie's phone was off?
Exactly.
But they can retrieve
So
all
much-
that data too without even having the cell phone.
right. There's so many inconsistencies here. The
There is.
most bizarre thing was that speech Sammy gave where she told adults to drop their kids off, not to look around or say anything, and all info goes to her. Yes.
That was the biggest red flag.
Absolutely.
And I really think that law enforcement let her do that on purpose.
You think they did?
Yep, I sure do. I think they let her go with it.
Wow, that was weird because I was like, she's trying to find out
Well,
what they know
they
and
did
what they
stop her.
see.
They did stop her. They made it very clear that her Jagger could not be taking tips. It has to go straight to them. So she had to go back on her little things that she was sharing on the community post. She had to go back in there and change all that with the sheriff's number and the tip line number.
Yeah, because didn't she put her number in there and
Yep.
stuff?
And she still left her number on there in the bottom.
Bold little girl, wasn't she?
So that was a big red flag. And these cops are not that stupid. We had,
Maybe
I think
she
they did a really good job.
maybe she was trying to get that reward money. If there was a reward.
Matt said maybe she was drunk, texting her mom while speeding, and went airborne into the water since there was a little drop off. I would think that there would have been a big scuff if she'd have went airborne. There would have been some sort of evidence in that ground where she
And
hit.
even with that water would have stopped her. She would have had to been going really fast to make it out that far.
But I mean, there's a
Um,
case. There's a case a while back. Two girls.
Now
They
it could be true, but I mean, go ahead, Angie. Sorry.
yeah.
I can't remember. I can't remember names, but they were a couple, and I think they had was arguing or fighting. But the one driving, they were drunk, and somehow they was like going really fast. I forgot how fast they were going, and they missed a curve or a turn or something, and went straight over down into like a pond or a swamp area, and nobody
Hmm.
could find them or anything. They couldn't even find their the tracks where they had went down in it.
Oh
So
wow. So that
finally, somebody searched and found them down in
You know,
a swamp or something. I can't remember what it was, but they were going like way fast. That it, but
that's so sad.
it's very sad. Sammy saying she was sharing drinks with Kylie to cover up the drink being spiked. That's
Yeah,
what
and she said they were sharing, and
allegedly.
she said I was drinking from her cup and she was drinking from my cup. That would throw out the fact that anybody could have gave her anything because Sammy would have got it too. So she
Yeah,
was
I mean,
pushing
just
that.
the things that she pushed. She
Yes.
pushed a lot of things, that kind of made her look worse than what she was. Morphological says the tilt of surface and current and drifting could reposition the car, not necessary speed. Well, yeah, I would say that it would go out some too. I don't know how the lake is there. You would know more, Lady of Love. Have you been to that lake before?
Uh,
I know
no,
JPL said she was
not
there.
that one. No, I've been to Donner.
Are they pretty swift there? I mean, like,
No, these waters. I mean, if it depends on the weather and stuff, you can have waves and stuff like that with the weather, but the weather's been pretty good here in California.
why in the world are you still quoting Sammy? Because a lot of people are curious of what Sammy had to say. I mean,
Sammy's
she said
statements are really,
a
yeah,
lot of weird stuff. She
they're
really
really
did.
important. Those
A lot.
statements are really important.
Mm-hmm. All that talk was to explain Sammy's fingerprints on the car and top prints on the cup. Allegedly, this is coming from everybody else.
Yeah, this is everybody's opinions, not facts.
Yeah. Well, people are one juror. People are entitled to quote Sammy if they want to. You have your opinion. Other
if you
people
don't
have
like
their
if you don't
opinion.
like what she talks about, leave.
Well, I mean, we're all entitled to our opinions. So, Sammy got on there and said quite a bit of stuff. She really, really did. If you notice, the tires were locked up as the car came off out of the water. Tell me the car is in gear. Tell me they placed Kylie in the driver's seat, making it look like she drove drunk. Could have very well happened. Could have very well people. A lot of people have different opinions about. A lot of people think this is an accident. A lot of people think there might be something more. What I will say is that autopsy will show whether she was alive or not when she went in that water. They
Yes, definitely.
definitely will.
Yeah.
Great White said the water would be deeper 2 weeks ago. Okay.
You know, they
Because
said it
that's
was
the thing.
fine.
It has been 2 weeks. She's been in that water for 2 weeks.
And it did rain. It did rain.
Mm-hmm.
But we've had the California has been so dry. So all the reservoirs around here. Truckie's up in the mountains. It's high up in the mountains, so they get
Mm-hmm.
a lot of snow and stuff in the wintertime, and they
It's
see a lot more
colder
water
there
than we
too,
do.
right?
So
And
it's possible that it went up.
I know a lot of people was not thinking this when they were thinking about taking her out of that car. Listen, it is probably going to take every bit of the manpower that was there to get her out of that car because she has been in water for over 2 weeks and
I
she
think
is probably the size of pretty much a quarter of that car.
they probably will have to cut that top off, I bet, or pull a door completely off.
That's what I was thinking too. She is
Well,
twice of what size?
I seen
Probably three
dirt
times more.
ball. got out of a car one time on one of his videos, but it didn't show him. It didn't show the guy, but it shows. He said he went down in there and got the guy out of the car himself.
Right.
But he was in there for a week or so too. So I think.
Andrew said, y'all realize it was likely an accident, no foul play. Adventures with Purpose found all kinds of people in the water deceased, and I don't know many, if any, were foul play. You could be right. You could be
Yeah,
right.
it's still a possibility that it was an accident,
Yeah.
but we all have our opinions.
Yeah, everybody's got their different opinions, and a lot of things did seem shady when it came to those kids. I mean, having secret meetings about what happened, and stuff, and that could just be a kid thing. That could
Filtering the tips.
absolutely just be a kid thing, you know.
I'm wondering how many tips that they got that didn't go to the authorities though. That's what I do worry about.
Well, they probably got a. You mean from
Yeah, from them trying to Sammy and Jagger trying to filter the tips at first. They were telling people to talk to them first, and at the team meetings, they would have to write it down on a piece of paper, their tip and stuff, and then that would go to law enforcement to keep them anonymous.
Marie said, "I'm from California, not too far from where she is, maybe 4 hours. And I know when it's close to home like that, you take it really personal. Cause look, I only live like 45 minutes away from Summer Wells, so
Yeah, I'm
you know,
I'm less than 2 hours from Chucky, little less.
3 murders. Sammy and Ronnie, they had the drugs, and Sammy for spiking the drink. I don't know, guys. Like I said, it could very well be, or it could very well have been an accident. Um, we don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out though, because the toxicology screen is going to show that.
Yeah, and what they find in that car. If they can't, yeah, it is a mess. Top dog, come up. If they can't find, we got the big dog in here. He knows about this stuff. He could tell us more.
Hey,
But
hot dog.
there's hot
Hi, Top
dog,
Dog.
and so they'll be able to tell whether or not she had died before she was out. She could have been still out of it, and they put her in that car and done it.
Yeah, they'll get to the bottom of it for sure.
They'll find out what kind of drugs she had, if she had fentanyl or anything like that in her system, for sure.
They'll probably cut that top off so they
Corey,
can look down and see the whole scene and process it.
Corey, I have to see your face, honey, before I let you come up. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up,
Sorry,
Corey?
it's a little dark in here. I apologize.
It's okay.
I was wondering if any of y'all have seen the kayaking video by Zena May prior to them finding the body. This is filmed. Well, I don't know when it's filmed, but it was posted like 3 or 4 days ago, and it's the creepiest thing I've watched. And
Ryan Upchurch shared that video.
that's correct.
What's it
That's
about?
correct. That's the only reason I know anything is I have followed that. I'm not saying I agree with all his things that he's accusations about some people, but this Xana May girl is suspect.
He
Really,
was there that day.
she was
there.
there that day. She filmed a kayaking video, and the Spanish party next to the video, or next to the other party.
Yeah, they were the second. They were the second party that was by their party. So
right, and
that's the one
they
came
were
to
grilling out and
conclusion.
stuff. But ever since I seen her talk about this and kind of, I don't, I didn't agree with what she was saying, kind of. But and then I watched her kayak video, and I'm like, wow, that's possibly where this girl could be. That was some of the, which were right. She was right there, and now I mean, I don't like to give this girl any uh, video plays, but it would be worth anybody here to go see that and see how weird it is. And what she actually films is what y'all are actually looking at in these pictures.
What, like she was right over the
Yeah,
property?
yes.
She was
She was in the water in a kayak with her dog filming this bank and Prosser Creek Reservoir, like and then she goes up a hill and she checks out the party site and talks about it and she sees where they had marked off a part of the road that she said, oh, obviously I can't go down there, and they say she's a true crime, uh, so she was there looking, but she was in the vicinity during the suspect time, so that makes
Mm.
her weird right now. I don't
Yeah,
know.
she was the second she was part of that other party that we were talking about that were asking to have their pictures taken down because it was pictures of the wrong party.
So there
Right,
was more than
right.
one party, allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly, yeah.
So there was
But
two parties going on at one time.
it's I don't know. It's suspect, and to watch that video of this water where they pulled this girl, Kylie, and to watch and know she's down there while this girl is kayaking over the top of her is
That is weird.
I can't I want y'all to watch it, but I've watched it 4 or 5 times now and I can't watch it anymore, but I think people who are interested in this need to watch that with a different eye.
Was
not
I
it
not
think they also somebody turned that in as a tip already, so definitely I'm sure they're going to be
good.
looking at that too.
Good, because
Ryan
there was
Upchurch is Ryan Upchurch is turning in a lot of information. So I
yeah, I'm
think that
Creek Squad. I'm Creek Squad. I know. He's the
wow?
one that got me. He's the one that got me interested in this because he was dedicated to it as much. I don't do this normally. I play guitar and do other things. But I've got a 17-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old daughter, or 18 and 17-year-old daughter. I apologize. One of them just went to college, left the house, went to college, and my other one's a senior in high school here in Kentucky. And whenever I see stuff like that, I can't help but not think about
Where can
my
I
own.
find that? Where can I find that kayak video?
I have shared it in the comments a while ago. I don't think I don't. No
Does
one was
Ryan at church have it? Up church?
I've got it. I'll share it in the private chat. I've shared it in the other chat a couple times. A couple people picked up on it. That Dank Buds and
Mm-hmm.
FMAX Star or whatever. Them
Mm-hmm.
guys picked up on it. They knew about it. But I'll
I know
post
you
it.
guys. For anybody that hasn't subscribed to my channel, please feel free to subscribe to my channel. That helps support my channel. And we do talk about other crimes in here. And hit that like button. That's a good way to support us. I appreciate that so much. If you haven't subscribed, thank you so much. And I'm going to pull this up and let you guys watch this, okay? So let's see.
All right, guys, I finally figured
Hang
out
on,
how.
guys. I'm going to try to bring this out. Hang up. We're going to let you watch this video. And this is by that's the name of the girl, right?
Xana May X.
Xana May is the name of that girl.
Yeah, she was on a All American Dream Chasers podcast,
Mm-hmm.
or where he was interviewing her a couple of days ago,
Mm-hmm.
and then she just was real suspicious. If you look at her YouTube page, before a couple of days ago, she had 200 subscribers. Now she's went way past that, and her views for this video is probably the biggest video she has because of the light that's been shined on it, and now the light should be shined on it because it is actual evidence. You know what I mean? These are murky
He went
waters.
into that water.
Yeah, I mean, and she starts kayaking right towards it.
I mean, it could be a coincidence. I mean, but
you get to see these waters and know there's Kylie down there because that's where they found her.
Yeah.
So that's what it makes it's creepy to me, and it's
I want to
definitely
see if she goes.
evidence.
I want to see if she actually goes to that direct area because that would be very
Her
interesting.
up a little bit, guys. Okay.
Well, and she
Let's hear
films a
it.
bank in a minute, and she turns away from like certain areas. So there's stuff she didn't want maybe to us to see, and there's stuff she maybe did want to film to show other people,
Right.
whatever's going on. And I really hope it's just all me being wrong. I
I
like
mean,
being
this is all
wrong better than being
allegedly,
right.
guys. Yeah. It's allegedly. We'll find out what happened to her whenever that autopsy
Toxicology,
come back. Yeah, but it is
yeah.
kind of weird,
If
Hey,
her
Rocket
lungs
Queen.
have water in them, then that tells a story.
Mm-hmm. And the drugs, if she's got drugs in her, a whole bunch. We got a Top Dog's our cop on here. He's our ex detective and formal marshal. So I'm gonna let him tell us a
Right.
lot of what he thinks about this as well, because um he knows his stuff, and he said she's in that water, didn't you, Top Dog?
Oh yeah, I told you. I told you. I said I guarantee you she's in that water, and sure enough,
Yeah.
she was. Because
Thank you, Great.
what set it off was her last ping on that phone was near water. So that what and the car could not be found, and it's impossible for a car not to be found. So it's got to be in the water. It's got to be hidden somewhere, and
And then
Mm-hmm.
another thing they said is that this water keeps decreasing down to 30 feet, like an incline, probably a 45-degree incline or the bank incline. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and so when she got to 14 feet, I believe that's when her car turned over. Maybe there was something down there, a rock turned her car over, and that's why it stopped at 14 feet. But what was said is that it
Could
keeps
this
going
have
down deeper than where they found her vehicle.
could this have been the road that she drove
Man,
on?
my wife thought I was crazy because I was looking for tire tracks in this morning, and she thought I was crazy. And now I'm not so crazy to her.
They always go back to the site where it happened, right?
Sure, yeah, and this is the closest I could get to the site is this video if you're out in YouTube world and you're not in Truckee, California. You know what I mean? This is while she's missing. This
Mm-hmm.
is we get to look and see where she's at. She's coming up on the campsite, what she was calling,
Mm-hmm.
um, and it was clean,
This girl was at that party that night?
she was near the area during it. That's what's. I think she admitted to that. She admitted to knowing some suspect people involved in it. So it's hard for me to watch because I get really bad vibes on it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like she's
well, it's supposed to have been two parties going on that night. There was two
Right.
parties, and the
yeah, this is
second
all
that up,
allegedly. Thank you.
yeah, and the other party they had two YouTubers at that party, in which
Oh,
she was one of them.
right.
Mm.
But it was supposed to be some guy named Ronnie's two cousins handing out cocaine to everybody. Now that's what I heard.
Oh,
So there was drugs involved in the party,
Yes.
and how
that
he
kind of
knew
drugs?
about drugs being involved at the party totally set me back because he was saying this in an interview and I'm like, whoa, that is suspect. You know what I mean? Yeah, he knows all of that, and and he had two cousins there. That's so they said, and I don't know.
I believe, in my opinion, my professional opinion, this is foul play. That
Foul
girl
play,
probably
yes.
that girl overdosed or got alcohol poisoning, and someone let her out of there and
Yeah.
pushed that car into the water because that car is too far from the beach area out in the water. So that car was traveling at a high rate of speed to get out to that distance.
yeah, that's what Lady
Depending on the
Alexa
incline,
said.
depending on the decline of the bank and the debris that we can't see, maybe
Well, you gotta understand gravity is gonna push it forward, and once it hits
Forward.
that water, car is always gonna float a little bit before it starts to sink.
Yeah.
And the
Mhm.
engine is heavier, and the nose is gonna dive down, and it's gonna push it with the gravity forward a little bit more.
Yeah. What I was wondering was the car in drive or was it in neutral? I mean, that's obvious. And if there was foul play, you would think it would be in drive. But
Well,
an idiot on cocaine might put it in neutral and push it. You never know.
yeah, I believe
Mhm.
it. I believe it was in drive, and
Drive.
they probably put a rock or something. That's why when a car goes in the water, they keep all the
Mhm.
windows up. They don't open the doors so no evidence can come out. And and the way to get that water out, and they leave that body in there so that way they can see where her body was at, because with the force and the gravity and all the pushing and stuff, and the car being filled up with water, that body is gonna float a little bit until she drowns, and it's going to settle probably towards the back of the car.
Mm.
So, and
Right.
also they got to find the position of her body. If her body was positioned in the front seat, the back seat, wherever they find that body. Also look for her phone, any other evidence in her car that belongs to somebody else. But that's foul play. I believe she probably overdosed, and they got scared, they panicked, and they
Yeah.
tried to get rid of her body.
Wow. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there could have been no cousins, and them two be the actually two people that were
Somebody
there.
had to have seen something.
I
There was too many people at that party not to have seen something.
Oh,
right.
no doubt. Exactly.
Do you think the
Yeah.
number of the people was exaggerated due to the non-mess there, though?
It could have been. You got to understand a lot of them were underage. You had some adults there, and they were scared because there was drugs
Yeah,
and underage drinking, so
yeah,
they're going to be scared.
yeah.
Mhm.
See,
But
there's
somebody
where
seen it.
there's where that was marked off in the street, and
Hmm.
Oh.
so I think they say they swarmed these waters before or as soon as it happened to see if she was there, and then had to come back with AWP, and they actually found them.
I know they had some divers in the water, but I don't know if it was in that lake. It was at another lake. I'm not sure,
Okay,
but I
okay,
know they had some. The law enforcement did have some divers in the water, but they didn't find nothing.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. Um. But this girl seems to be all over the place going, ain't she? She's
I yeah. Also, the Ryan Upchurch was and a couple of the Creek Squad guys were doing some investigation on Xana May, Ronnie, the Ickmail, and
Hmm.
they they come up with these fake LLCs they had, and it said that Xana May had an LLC based out of Maryland.
this
What does
girl
she do?
here.
Yeah, what is she saying? She's living in Truckee, California, and she says she's Ukrainian, and she just brought her Ukrainian family here illegally through Mexico or something along them lines.
Sorry,
Don't
Sistina.
quote me. I would have
These are
to.
just allegedly
Yeah,
assisting.
no, a lot of them are bringing their
It's
families from
alleged.
Ukraine and Russia through the Mexican border. You're right
Mexican
about that
border.
one. Yeah,
Oh,
you're
okay,
right.
okay, okay.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
and
And
that's what I just heard. Of
well,
course,
I don't
you
know a
hear a
lot.
bunch of stuff.
Well, I
Hmm.
don't. I kind of don't want to like discuss the Ickmill and Ryan thing because I really don't know anything about that,
Sure, sure.
and I don't have anything against either one of them if that's okay. I just don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want anyone getting mad at us here because I don't really know, you know, what happened in that situation. And I
right.
like Ryan Upchurch and I like Ickmel too, so I really don't want to, you know,
I
get
just really
anybody
hope
upset.
that
There's a lot of supporters.
I really hope that Ickmail doesn't have anything to do with it. Heck, I wish I could say the same for this girl
He
though.
does seem like a nice guy to me, Ickmel,
Mhm.
and I know that him and Ryan are having it out right now, but
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
accusations
most
sometimes when you're
important thing.
dating for what you need, you're trying to find something, and
Mhm.
you might wrongly accuse somebody. But like I said earlier, whenever if I was to do that, I hope I'm wrong because I like being wrong better than right when it comes to bad situations. So
Right. It is funny that that girl was all over
all
that
over it.
lake in that area,
Yeah.
but that
Because
could, you
she
know,
probably could have got some inside scoop on and some information. Somebody
Well,
probably could have told her.
she knows Ickmail who talked to this Ronnie character, and the with the guy that knows has two cousins allegedly. So
Hmm.
at the party, so she's knowing
Mm.
people that were at the party, and she was close herself. So I couldn't, as a person looking at this, discount
Hmm.
anything like that.
Well, that girl was impaired. There's no way for her to drive herself into that lake. I know out there it's pitch black. You can't see
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
I wonder when they pulled that car out if her headlights was on.
I didn't see it and I watched the whole
Does
thing.
anybody know?
I don't
I'd
know.
say her
Okay.
battery was probably run dead after 2 weeks.
But
You
yeah,
think?
2 weeks, 15
Oh
days. I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
think. Yeah.
Yeah. But no,
But oh, you talking about the button, or, or the
Well,
switch?
the switch will still be on the on
Right,
position, even
right.
though it's dead.
Mhm.
So they're gonna know. But you gotta understand that area is pitch black, and you probably can't even see in front of your hand. So you're gonna have to have lights on, your headlights on, and then on top of that, her being impaired and probably under the influence, there's no way for her to drive herself into that water unless she was really intoxicated, just wasn't paying attention, and drove right up in there. But I
now
don't think so. It could have been foul play.
I think she took a wrong turn.
if she would have died, if she died before she went in that water, they'll be able to tell, won't they, top
Oh
dog?
yeah, yeah, they'll know once they do the autopsy and all the other stuff. Yeah, they're gonna know right away. They're probably about a week or two.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
all depends on
Water
the
wouldn't get
coroner's
in her
office.
lungs.
No, no. If
Well,
she died before that wreck,
Like
like
passed out or
she
overdose.
was already dead when they put her
yeah.
in that car, they'd be able
Hmm.
to tell that right off the bat with that autopsy,
Oh
because
yes,
her
ma'am. They sure will.
that that water wouldn't be in her lungs then. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Right.
So they could tell just from the autopsy if she was alive or not when she went in that water.
Yeah, and it all depends on the coroner too, how busy they are with bodies, because she's gonna be in line waiting so to get an autopsy.
That's true,
So
but
it can take 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We don't know.
and where this case is so high profile right now, um, it might be a little faster. I don't know. What do
Yeah.
you think,
No,
Top
you're
Dog?
right. Yeah, you're right. It could be.
Yeah, but I
Hmm.
definitely think I don't know. Just doesn't seem.
Well, they're gonna pull her records. They're gonna look at her last text messages,
Uh huh.
and they're gonna look at that, see what she said to her friends and stuff like that. They need to question her friends that was there, because if whoever she was, usually girls or friends will always hang out. They're not gonna leave each other behind. So definitely something happened, and there's some foul play there. And like I said, either the girl overdosed
Uh huh.
or she was passed out from just being impaired, and they all freaked out, and somebody put that car in that water.
I was going to tell you. They wanted me to show you, or I wanted you to see this right here,
Hmm.
Top Dog. People wants to know why this is taped off right here.
It's
You
usually taped off. There's some evidence there, either
Yeah.
some tire tracks, or there's some evidence, footprints, or something like that. So they don't want no one to walk in that area.
so you think there's definitely something there?
Yeah, yeah, there's definitely evidence there. That's why they tape it off like that. And then they're gonna have to come in and take photos, or maybe take a casting of the tire marks to match it up with the car, or it could be another car. We don't know. It could be another somebody at the party that had something to do with her car going in the water. They could have followed her down there, or put their car down there. Someone drove their own car down there to pick up the other people.
Right. And if you look at this guy here, he seems to be looking the opposite direction to me. It looks like he's looking down on the ground over here. I don't know. But
Yeah,
they
they're
do.
walking around. They're doing a pattern search. What they're doing is looking for any evidence, footprints, tire marks or any kind of evidence, maybe her phone, anything like that, or any somebody else's phone. They could have dropped something out of their pocket.
Right. I'm curious to
Hmm.
know whether or not they found her phone in that car.
Well, we'll
Did that
find out
phone
when.
with her car?
Yeah, well, they'll take that car back to the police station
Hello,
or
Burger
somewhere in
King.
a garage with a body in it because they're not going to remove that body out of that car until they take it to where they need to take it to and
Right.
stage it, and then the coroner will meet them there and then take the body out. But they got to get forensics to come in there and take photos and everything.
Yeah. And yes, Top Dog did work for the FBI. He was a U.S. Marshal, wasn't he, Top Dog?
Yeah, I was a U.S. Marshal and I was not FBI. I was with NCIS.
NCIS.
Hmm.
Look how sharp that turn is, Top Dog, that she would have had to take it coming off that mountain. What
Yeah,
do you
this
think
yeah
about that?
for her being impaired and drive herself off. That's impossible.
That's a
Too many
sharp turn.
curves around there. Yeah, it's a sharp curve.
That's what Lady of Love said too.
Hmm.
I don't
and,
know.
and a high rate of speed for the car to be the distance from the land out to the water. That's
Mm-hmm.
that gravity and the speed will make the contact to the water. Once they hit that water, the car's still gonna be going forward, but it's gonna be nose diving.
Mm-hmm. If
And
that's why
then
it flipped, right?
well, it flipped because you also got currents under the water. You got currents, and then it's
Yep.
gonna push it. Then the weight of her body as well is gonna tip that car one way, and then that current gonna come and push it unless there's any rocks or anything down there, and
It
whatever
floats.
the tire and whatever
Sorry.
the tire touches, and it'll flip it.
Yeah.
It floats. It'll float for like 10 minutes too, I think.
Yeah,
And
exactly. It'll float for a little bit before it completely sinks down.
right. And like I was telling them, me being a nurse,
Hmm.
that uh she's probably double the size as what she was normally. And it'd probably take a lot of manpower to get her out of that car because she's been in the water for two
Oh
weeks.
yeah, because you got to understand that she's
She's
going to
not.
be dead weight, and then on
Mhm.
top of that, her body's going to stiffen up. So
And she's going to be swelled. You know how they swell too.
that yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Because also too it depends on the temperature of that water.
Yeah, so she was what just gonna start driving too, so she probably wasn't used to everything.
Right. Let's see what Donna said. I just read what she said. And I was going. She said, "I just seen a close up of the car on someone's YouTube channel, and it looks like there's damage on the left hand side of the car. Hmm.
It turned over in the
And
water.
that could be where it turned over. Yeah. Somebody said the windows was busted out, but they had to actually. I think they took the windows down to
Well,
get in there.
they're not
Hmm.
going to bust unless it caused about an accident or the pressure. But other than that, they're gonna probably take a hammer to one of the back windows just to try to get the car to drain the water out
Right. Absolutely.
for the air and stuff like that, so it can flush that water out of there.
Yeah, I almost thought, well, are they going to film them taking her out of that car? Because
Oh, they're gonna
Uh,
be taking pictures of her inside the car, and once they
Yeah.
take her out of the car and all that, yeah, they're gonna
yeah,
be
I
taking
wouldn't doubt
pictures
if
of the
they.
inside.
If you
I
watch some of
wouldn't.
AWP's videos, like towards the end and stuff, you'll see the crime scene people come over and start. They'll lift the thing up, but where the camera can't see it, and start taking pictures.
Yeah.
I'd say they're still there with her there, don't you, Top Dog? Think
What
they're
time
still
was
there?
that? What? Yeah,
It
well, it
was like
looks like it was
10.
daytime, right?
It was 10 here when 10 o'clock something
Ah,
here when they pulled that car out.
well, they probably still they could still be out there unless they already removed a car with her body in it to wherever they need to go to, and then there might still be some detectives out there trying to get some last bits, probably
Oh,
questioning AWP.
that
Hmm.
one girl they found with the pink car, they left her in the car and put her on the back of the road back and took her somewhere to get her out and do pictures and stuff.
Oh, did they? I wonder
I
if
can't
they did.
remember that girl's name, but it's the one they did about the pink car.
Yeah, I remember. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that one. Yeah, but they don't want the public to see and all that. That's why they put the curtains and stuff up too,
Yep.
because
Yeah,
that
that's
way
what.
they can't advertise it. Because if you got foul play and you got the
Mm-hmm.
suspects out there looking on to it, now they can see what they're doing. They don't want the public to see what they're doing because the suspect can catch on to see what they're doing and they can try to cover his tracks.
And you know that there's probably more than one suspect out
Oh
there.
yeah,
There
oh
has to
yeah,
be more than one person involved in this.
yeah.
If it is foul play,
Mm-hmm. Well,
there.
Yeah,
we'll find
I
out.
think the Rodney character has to give up his cousins if they are real and they were at the party. Then
I'm
the
from
two.
Kentucky. I'm not from Eastern Kentucky. Sorry, that person asked me a question.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
if the two cousins were at the party giving out cocaine, they need to be known who they are, and if that was false information at the
Mhm.
beginning of the whole thing, then that
Lily,
needs to
I have
be
to see your
put out
face,
there
honey.
too.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Lily, I have to see your face before I can bring you up. I don't want to get porn bombed because that can happen.
Mhm.
Lily's trying to come up. If
Also
anybody,
read a comment or two that people were saying that it was in drive and they had to put it in neutral to pull it out. So
Oh yeah.
I want to know if that's actually a fact or not. I don't
Well, you have to. Yeah, you have to, because if you don't put it in neutral, then it's probably a front. Well, it's a 4-wheel drive car, but you still got to put it in neutral to be able to move forward. If not, the transmission's gonna be stuck and you're gonna be dragging it out.
right,
Mhm.
right. I've drove many cars in park, you know what
Yeah,
I mean? But
yeah,
not out of water. I have not done that.
yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to put
Lily,
it in neutral, so somebody's got to reach in there to put it in neutral.
Yeah.
right.
But
And
yeah, yeah. I mean, but what if my concern was if it was in neutral to begin with, that was definitely hand pushed in.
I'll
Oh
tell
yeah,
you
yeah.
what, if they'll probably put all kinds of cameras in that area now that this has happened.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean,
We
but
in my I'm from Western Kentucky, and there was some bad areas in our city here, and they put cameras there, and it cleared up the crime in that area. This is because
oh yeah,
everybody knew you don't want to get in trouble on film,
right,
so they quit doing their stuff,
right.
and it really made the area a lot uh,
Well,
safer.
Safer.
I'll tell
Lily, I
you
have
one
to
thing.
see your face, honey. Go ahead. I'm
I'll
sorry.
tell you one thing. If they wouldn't have found her today, I guarantee you, 5 or 10, 2 or 3 years from now, they probably would have found her because with the drought and stuff going on, and all these
Right.
lakes going down, like what is that Lake Mead, where they found all these bodies and these drums.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they would have sooner or later that her roof of her car or something probably would have been seen.
Yeah, at 14 feet, we've got lakes that vary that much around here. You know what I
Mm,
mean?
yeah,
Yeah.
So it would eventually get found, especially in California where they do drought. They do have a problem with uh, droughting. So
yeah, definitely.
Well, someone said that they thought they seen the tars in a video that they had scanned over yesterday. And where the car was upside down, it was on another channel that they thought that they had seen the tires of her car and in that area, and come to find out it was that car. So it was
Mm,
pretty shallow, like you said, Top Dog. They probably would have found her soon enough.
well,
yeah,
you can see it rings on that bank. I don't know that's water
yeah.
level
That's the
differential
water
right there,
levels. Yeah, yep.
Mm-hmm.
and it
Really?
keeps going down. So you see it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. You're right about that.
so it
Lily,
does
I have to be
differ.
able to see your face before you come up, honey. I can't let you come up without seeing because I don't want to get porn bombed. But yeah, I agree, you guys. I mean,
And I mean, it would be great if Hawkins County would get AWP to go over there, but
I
I don't think
know.
I
Well,
don't
Hawkins won't let them.
I
What I
I
heard.
don't. Well, I don't think Summer's in the water. Like I said, I think Summer's buried somewhere on on the light property
Mm-hmm.
back there in that and back there in the back somewhere.
I
Hey,
think
did you?
she was in the road and somebody hit her, and they hit her. Like hit her, hit her with the car, then hit her.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we'll
don't
we'll
believe
talk
that.
about that one tomorrow because I actually
Yeah.
talked to Andy Bernard last night. So
Oh, you did?
yeah, and I asked him. I
Mm.
said, "When was the last time you seen Summer?" And he said, "The night before she went missing, and the night before that." And I said, "Well, did you ever see Summer out in the road playing?" And he said, "No." He said she was always with her parents when he seen her. He never seen her out in the road playing. And I said, "Well, do you think someone went up there with all that, stuff and took her?" And he said, "No." And he did agree with me. He thought that it could have been a cover-up accident.
Oh yeah, that's what I was
That's
saying.
what he
That's what
said.
I was saying. That little girl overdosed, and she passed out, and probably passed away. And the mother panicked. She called somebody, and she passed the little girl on to somebody to get rid of the body.
Hmm.
Uh,
But he told a lot that was going on there, and I was going to talk about that tomorrow.
Hmm.
My discussion with him, and but yeah, I mean, if we could get them to come out there and check that water, at least maybe they might find evidence. You
Yeah.
never know what they could find. They might not find Summer, but
They
they
can find.
could.
Well, well, they use some high technology sonar, which reflects off of metal, big metal, not just small, but it would pick up like logs and stuff like that. But the thing about
But
it
not a
is that
baby.
small stuff or like cell phones and stuff, it's not gonna pick that up.
No, I did see one episode that they said if there was a body like outside of a vehicle, it would show
Hmm.
up sonar as shape of a body, I think, or a barrel type thing.
Uh-huh. But if Summer's body was in the water, she's a little itty bitty tiny little girl. Her body will already be tore up. There will be no flesh left on it, and it was only be bones, and them bones are gonna fall apart.
Oh
And then
yeah.
don't forget, those fish is gonna be picking at her skin and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We put a trigger on here, trigger warning,
yeah.
guys. But yeah, I mean, it's been over a year. Summer, yeah.
Hmm.
There's nothing would be left of this baby. I mean, I hate
Yeah.
to say it, but
Yeah.
Summer's
Uh,
nothing but bones now if she's no longer
hmm.
with us, you know.
And like I said, she's either buried on the Lights property or she's been burned up. They burned her body.
Well, Andy admitted to selling marijuana allegedly to Don and Candace, but I kind of figured there's more to it than
More,
just
yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
Yeah, not just marijuana. There'd be more to it. There'd be like
yeah,
meth, stuff like that, pills.
yeah.
crack.
Hmm.
Didn't Dawn like
Um,
crack or something or cocaine?
whomever searched the swimming hole was searching in the wrong water. I think Summer is in someone's pond near her home. If that's the last place Summer was, in my opinion, you could be right because there's a lot of ponds in that area. A
Exactly.
whole lot of ponds in that area.
Hmm.
You know,
Well, like I
and
said,
it's
my interest will be back in the lakes property, back there in the back,
mm-hmm,
or
absolutely,
the
I agree.
lights, the lights property.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah.
Meth, there you go. It
Yeah.
was a whole scene last night. That was a whole scene.
Mm.
But yeah, and unfortunately, these things happen because of drug abuse. This little girl's lost her life
Yeah.
probably because she was on some kind of bad drug. At 16
Hmm.
years old, her butt should have been home. And I'm not judging her mom at all, guys,
I
but
Hmm.
her
saw
butt should have been home. She shouldn't even have been able to go to a party like this.
I
But
saw people, my parents let us drink at home, and we went to bars. They got us in bars underage, but never.
you
I
went
never.
to bars underage.
You know the Mustang over there in Tazewell,
You got in. How old was you when you got into the Mustang?
15. But if you according to the Mustang, My daddy has a crap ton of daughters and sons.
Oh
Mm.
wow.
My
Hey,
daddy's
white widow baby. Hello.
there for years. For years.
Wow, that's a
Yeah.
rough place for a 15-year-old girl to go. I
My,
used to
Yes.
go my stomping ground days.
my dad was
Um,
with me, and a bunch of my brothers, or they were like my brothers, were always with me.
truth to light. Yes, you can drive a vehicle in the state of in the United States at the age of 15. Really, you can drive at 15 with a permit,
With a
and on top
permit.
of
Yeah.
that, with a permit. But at 16, you in some states there's certain hours that you can drive and certain hours that you cannot drive.
Yeah, in Kentucky, you have a certain time limit on the
That's
permit.
correct.
Yeah.
I just went through all that with my daughters, and neither one of them got their license till they were 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
thought
I kind of
that,
did that because I'm worried that they're out here driving with people I don't trust. You
yeah,
know.
my 18-year-old niece, I worry about her. Because my sister and brother in law just lets her do whatever, come and go and whatnot.
Mm.
well, I'll tell you what. I know that her mom, trusted her. She graduated from high school and stuff, but still, she's just too young to be at such a wild party like this, and to be out that late and to be trying to drive home like this. Her mom should have been on the phone with her the whole way home.
Well, I don't blame the parents. I blame the friends at that party. They should have
I
known better.
agree. I
Yeah,
agree.
Yeah.
You don't
I
leave
don't
your
blame.
friend at a party.
That's
Yeah.
true. That
Yeah.
is true. I
Because the
agree
parents, you
100%.
can't be too hard on your kids. Yes, you got to set restrictions and try to get them to do things right. But at the same time, you got to give them a little leeway. If not, they're going to overreact on you anyway when they get older. And
You
that's how
gotta
they're going
know,
to act out.
you
That's
gotta know
true.
when to hold it, and you gotta know when to fold it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Norco said that he drove a tractor at 13. You
Yeah,
Oh
I
know,
yeah.
believe that.
I think we
really
all did. Hell,
did.
I'm in Kentucky. I know I did. So,
Yeah. Three Queens says, I think the same. She won't be found. He said it because he knows where she is. Oh, well, he's not the only one said it. She said it too. Candace told a woman went up there and got a puppy. And she said, I'll be praying that you find your baby. She said she'll never be found. She looked that woman
Hmm.
in the eyes and said it. And I know that woman
Yeah.
was telling the truth because she sent me a picture of her with Candace and them getting the puppy.
See, and little statements like that makes me think that her body was cremated.
Yeah, they know that she'll never be found.
Hmm.
And this mommy here, this girl's mommy, she was out doing GoFundMe's for the searchers and stuff. And she's been there at the campsite the whole entire time, waiting to find out where her child is at. Now, there's a huge difference here between this girl's mother and Candace Bly.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
that.
she shouldn't have never been partying with an 18-year-old. Right, I agree 100%. I'm not for it at all, but I hate to judge the mom because some parents are very naive. They don't
Yeah.
think that there's things that can be wrong, go wrong. They think
Hmm.
that that happens to other people and not them. And then when it happens, there
They're
you
like,
go.
what, what, why me? Well, they'll say, why me?
Well, I had a friend that bought her son a crotch rocket and he loved it and she was so proud. But guess what happened?
He
He
can't, he got,
lost his life. Yep, he went over an embankment and lost his life.
you remember, was it crap, Brian, down here in Wallings? He was younger, but he went up the mountains on four-wheeler and it flipped over on him and killed him.
No, this guy he had a crotch rocket and he was in Kaywood and I worked with his mom and our boss actually had to call his mom and tell her like
Family, I got
gone.
in Kaywood.
Yeah. No, he actually worked at Dairy Queen. You might know who I was talking about. He's a sweet good little boy. Had a whole life ahead of him. And
I might have to refresh myself, but
yeah,
crop.
I mean, and this mommy thought, I'm loving my child. I'm giving him what he wants, but you just got to be careful. Yeah,
That one
crotch
that dog
rocket.
hit. Was it
They
the
were
one the
talking,
doctor hit?
huh?
Did the doctor hit him, or was that another one?
That was a different one. He
Oh,
went
okay.
over an embankment, kind of like this girl here, and
Okay, yeah, I misheard you on that.
yeah, it's okay. Uh, Miss Reed says, "Tell your kids to call you at any time if they're drunk. You'll come get them. Absolutely, because kids are going to get out and be kids. I mean, they're going to do it.
Hmm.
You need to keep an eye on them, and don't just take a text. How many times is people? Yeah, it's a motorcycle. A crotch rocket is a motorcycle. For anybody
Street
that
bike.
don't know, there's a very, very fast motorcycle for
Yeah.
young kids mostly, and they're very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. And don't just take a text. I mean, look what Gabby Bettino is a perfect example. The same thing happened with her. Her mom thought she was getting a text from her. Come to find out, we don't know if it was Gabby Bettino that was texting her or somebody else, you know. And same thing with this girl here, you know. And always call them. Always call them and say, "Hey, you okay? Get home." You know, make sure you hear their voice because you don't know who's got their phone.
Dude, my sons were young babies. Well, toddlers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They would go to their dad's moms, and they
Mm-hmm.
wanted to come home. They would call 2 o'clock in the morning to me. Well, when their dad was here, me or their dad would get out 2 o'clock in the morning and go get them.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Yeah,
that when they want to come home, I went and got them. I always go get them. No matter where they're at, I find a way. I go get them.
right. Well, and like I was saying earlier about Gabby Petito, they never did release everything that happened to her, but that Walsh guy told it more than one time, and he said it right in front of Gabby's mom that she was beat to death. But they never released that she was beat to death. But he said it, I don't know how many times, that she was beat to death. I wonder why they held that back about her being beat like that. I don't know. It's weird.
Maybe it's like a fact they kept in case someone else done it, or
Mm-hmm. Could have been. So, Top Dog, you think that somebody run her in here? You really do think that, or do you think there's a possibility that she could have drove?
There's a
And
possibility that she could have drove intoxicated and then could have passed out behind the wheel. But for that distance and those curves and the distance of from the shoreline out to the water and how far her car was out there, she was going a high rate of speed. Now she could have passed out and had a foot on the gas, or it could have been somebody else up in the car with her and drove the car, put it in drive, and roll it down and let it go, or put something on the pedal, put a foot on the pedal, and drove it down up in the water. But like I said, it could be some foul play up in there. But like I said, until the autopsy comes out, we're really not gonna know.
yeah, and it's going to tell a lot. It's going
Oh
to
yeah,
the
yeah,
toxicology will take weeks. That takes
oh
weeks.
oh
And
yeah.
also, there was somebody in the chat, Shirley Chambers. She asked earlier, where was the water line 2 weeks ago? That's a good thing to know as well. Uh,
Yeah.
because where it enters
That's
water
true.
is where it hits the brakes, basically. Too. When if it's in drive and the gas is down, you hit a shoreline, but we don't know where the shoreline was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and
Like
Right.
that's
also
a,
keep in
that
mind
was
that
a
one. Yeah, keep in mind once the car is in the water and is already turned upside down, then you got to think about the weather conditions, the weather elements, the current in that water. Because that
yeah.
current can push that car around underneath that water. So high
Absolutely.
winds, all that kind of stuff. So we don't know.
Right.
One juror higher said 8'6". It was 9 inches higher.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Mm.
Thank you, one juror.
Also, one juror matters.
Hmm.
I think you were the one that said that it was in drive when they found the vehicle. he was one of them that said that. I don't know how he knows that, but it's you know that's good to know if it is fact.
Yeah. All that's telltale signs. And if someone would have pushed that car in the water, they would have fingerprints in the back of that car, but that water would have probably faded those fingerprints off that car.
Right. Hello, Ziggy V. Hey,
Yeah, water
Ziggy V.
fingerprints.
Yeah, thank you
Mhm.
guys for the information because I mean, to know that, I mean, I, I just wonder. I just feel an eerie feeling from that. I have a
Yeah, I
pic if
do
you
too.
want it, Daisy. Drop your email. Okay. You want to
If I
send me?
oh sorry.
Let's see. One juror said AWF Facebook for 8 hours already. They said it themselves. Okay. Okay.
If somebody drowns in a lake, I do not get in it. I haven't been in Martin's Fork in years. I feel like I'm swimming on
Yeah,
somebody.
I remember them dragging that lake one night. And
I
it
think
was surreal.
They need to
There's
check the
my,
whole lake. Who knows? Might be some more cars up in that lake.
Oh, ugh.
yeah, that's true.
they
That's
found
Yeah.
that's true.
17 at that one place in towards Nashville, and then 5 the other day on. And I think I had 5 different people in it or something.
Y'all
Mm.
also have a Twitter account that's called Critters, Crime Crazy Critters on the Farm, and I also
Hmm.
have a Facebook that's called Critters Crime. And if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please subscribe to my channel and hit that like button. I appreciate that. That just helps my channel grow more, and we can continue our fantastic discussions about this stuff going on with these people. We got the top dog in here. He knows a lot about law enforcement. He's an ex law enforcement, and we get deep into this stuff. You know.
Mhm.
Oh, look here. He said, um, at Gina Lost Forest, Water Tables, Tahoe Park Registry. Okay. Thank you, Lady of Love, for putting that. Annalise said believes that she drove in her opinion. If you look at the CA news report last night, you will see how dark it really is out there. If under the influence, it would not have helped her to comprehend the surroundings. You could be very right on that.
Okay, didn't
Yeah.
she live right around there?
She lived, what, 30 minutes away, 12
Oh, 30.
miles?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay. 30 minutes away is different
Yeah.
than
She
what
lived
I
12.
what I would assume.
Yeah, it was out there. It'd be so pitch black you could barely see Ann in front of your face.
Yeah, that's why I think she took a wrong turn.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
we have where I live in Western Kentucky, we have land between the lakes, and
oh,
Mm-hmm.
you know you can drive right up to the water the same,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not set up the same. What I'm meaning
Oh,
to say
Justin
is
Turner.
I could see the water if I had my headlights on, but of course I'm not usually impaired driving, so if she was impaired, that makes a
Uh,
difference there.
and she was a new
Mhm.
driver, is what
And
they
a
said.
new driver, right? I've been driving too many years. I don't want to say.
it's so sad that it had to end like this, you know?
True.
Yeah.
She was pretty far out there. So if it would have been 9 inches higher, it would have probably been more closer to this
Yeah,
one.
another rivet in them divot. Uh,
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least I would
So
think.
sad. I wonder about the people that said they seen her car in Arizona. Like they said that they read her license plates and everything. I guess that
Oh,
was
I did
wrong.
see that. Hmm.
Yeah, they
Yeah, they
must have
probably
seen something else.
sometimes when people focuses on stories and they look at something for a long period of time, sometimes they can
Hmm.
get confused, or the eyes can, or their brain can read it wrong, and they get confused because they're so
That's
stuck on it.
exactly right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and
Have you heard that where they say you listen to the same audio, but if you're looking at a certain word, then it says the word. You hear the word
Yep.
that you're looking at.
it kind
So
of
yeah,
tricks your
Hmm.
mind.
our old brains they play tricks on us sometimes.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I just she just posted it. Geez Louise, I'll put it back on here for you. Um, Well, with Gabby Patino, there's people said they seen Gabby Patino on Appalachian Trail over here, and or was it Brian Laundry? It was one of them.
Brian,
Brian.
Brian.
Yeah, they said all kinds of stuff. They said they seen him in
Mhm.
Gatlinburg and
Oh, I know that boy took care
North
of himself
Carolina.
at home because he looked like a weenie.
Who did what? What?
I said, I knew Brian took care of himself as soon as he could because he looked like a big old weenie.
I don't know if I believe if he's gone yet or not. I might. Y'all don't come at me, but I just wonder if he's still out there somewhere and they're not covering it up. I could be wrong, but I don't know. That was a funny thing too.
Oh no, he looks like a wiener. Like he would do it. Sorry.
Think you would?
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't believe that tow truck pulled that car out of the water that fast. I mean,
Yeah,
it.
Oh,
because the driver is gonna go down there and they're gonna pull that wrench down there and they're gonna put a chain into the front of that car and then tow it out of there slowly. Once they turn that car over, and once they turn that car over, then they'll drag it out slowly. But they got to put some airbags and stuff underneath it to flip it over.
yeah.
Flipped it
Also,
over.
like a big old rigs too. Like a big old, oh crap. I can't remember the name of it, but in some cases they'll have a big old truck, a rotator or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. That
Like a
will,
semi
was it a rotator truck or something?
rotator. Yeah, it's a semi rotator.
Yeah. But
Hmm.
sometimes they'll use that truck to pull vehicles out if it's too heavy or like in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Right. Uh,
That's a
but
huge truck.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just think that there's more to this story. We could be wrong. I mean, it could be the end of, this could be the end of it. They might find out that she was very intoxicated and, you know, uh,
They might do a twist at the end when they find out that she was just too intoxicated and passed out at the wheel, and they could be held everybody at the party. They could be charged for the drugs and stuff and alcohol. The
yeah,
adults, anyway.
so many adults. And there were
Uh-huh.
grown men there, you know,
Yeah.
grown
Yeah.
men.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, did anyone notice this car had sunroof, but Kylie's car didn't have a sunroof?
It looked like a sunroof, but I'm thinking when it was
Well,
in the water,
Sammy did say that she had a sunroof in her car. I heard
it looked
Sammy say that.
in the water. But I think when they pulled it out, it looked solid. I ain't sure.
Let me see
It,
here.
it
Oh no,
could
I
be the
think
soil for them. Once the car
like,
being upside down, it could be the soil
yeah,
Yeah,
from
because
down at the
it did
bottom of the lake.
I had
it
busted
did
it
look like
out
a sunroof, but I don't. But they
right
covered
there.
it. Yeah, that looks like one of them rain guards for a sunroof.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
could be.
I own a CRV myself, and I mean, I got a sunroof. I thought they all came with one
Do you?
actually, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if they
Mm.
all come with a sunroof.
Yeah, it
Mine's
has a.
automatic, so
Ryan's been in my chat before. I was hoping he would come in my chat and hang out. Ryan Up Church, because he's been in here
Mm.
before when we talked about summer, like in my
I
chat.
I got to speak to him earlier on another one, the All American Dream Chaser, and
Yeah,
he kicked off of there and said he had company and he was going to talk with
Well,
them. I
he's
mm,
don't know if
he's got
he came back.
yeah he's going to give up that Hellcat he put up, saying that whoever gets information or finds the body or whatever or the car, he was going to give up
Well,
his Hellcat.
I
I
want to
think
get.
it. I think since the Adventures
Uh-huh.
AWP. I think since
Hmm.
they found it, I think he should maybe do a donation. I don't think they would want
Yeah,
his
like
Yeah,
sell
car.
it and give it the
I
donations
mean, now
to.
75 grand was thrown in there too.
They
Uh,
should get that
mm,
too. I
but
think.
I think that was for the kids to talk from the party, so he got more of what really happened. I mean, now
yeah,
you find the vehicle. That's not exactly what Ryan was after. He was after information to lead to facts. So,
Yes.
and that's why he would have gave up that car. He would have gave up
Mhm.
down near $175,000 just to know the truth.
Well,
You
now
know
Right.
what
he
I mean?
donated to Summer Wells too. He put up
Yeah.
billboards in
Yeah,
Nashville, I
he's a
think.
good guy. He's a very
Yeah,
good guy.
he is a good
Yeah.
guy.
I've
I
known
do
about him
think a
for a
lot
long
of him.
time.
Yeah,
Mm.
and like he come in and had a whole conversation with us one morning. I kind of let some YouTubers like have at it, like they was,
Yeah,
and I just went ding ding ding, let them have at it. And he walked in, he come in here, he's like, "What in the tarnation did I walk into?" But we
Wow.
talked to him and stuff, and he was real polite and nice and stuff, you know.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, now if you disrespect him,
Oh yeah, he's a
he come
holler
out.
boy.
He come alive, as they say.
Yeah, he's a holler boy. I know that. Uh, no one is getting the Hellcat. This car was only for people that came forward. No one talked. Okay.
Um,
Not
Yes,
yet.
Kentucky is
let's
very
say
wealthy
Brian, well, let's
community.
say Brian puts his money where his mouth is, or donations, or whatever it is.
I think what he
I
was offering up, he had no problem giving away. He would give
Oh,
Yeah,
that
no
away,
doubt.
yeah, he's a
I,
good
and
Yeah.
guy.
it wouldn't. It would be big money to me or maybe some of y'all, but it's not to him. You know, you give
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
dollar of 100, that's
yeah,
only 1%. But if you give $100 of hundreds of millions, you don't. That's nothing.
that's just
So
like donating to charity to them.
yes, yes, and I mean he's
I
a
agree with
charitable
that.
person to begin with. So
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. He got into the Summer Wells, and actually, I think Candace is like a big fan of his, and she was going to
Yeah.
go to his concert at one time, and
Corbin.
didn't. Yeah, the Corbin one.
Oh dang.
Yeah, he was on Molly's earlier. Ryan was Molly Golightly.
Oh
Mm.
really? Ain't that
Yeah,
much?
I think Ryan was the one who added 25,000 towards the reward money. He probably was. He probably was. And I do hope that this adventure people gets donations from,
Exactly.
because I mean from anybody. I mean all of them, because
Oh,
they.
That's
they do great work. I went and read. They pulled somebody out that's been in the water for 20 years. I mean, I
Yeah.
was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh
whoa.
yeah.
They're doing great things for people that needing
Okay,
an
Windsor.
end to their worrying. You know,
Yeah,
or an
definitely.
answer. Or they're providing answers. They're providing uh, facts. You know, when you find the car, there's facts that go with it. So
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So
that's
let me
their
pull up
money.
these sunroof pictures. Let me see.
They work. They truly work for donated money. They actually do.
Pull this up here. Let me click on these. Someone sent me the sunroof pictures. I'm gonna pull them up here. I'll tell you something else too. Is EquiSearch is
Yeah.
really good too. You know, they came in and searched for summer and the terrain that they had to search in. So these are just closer up where you can see the sunroof. Here you can see the sunroof of the car. You can see there's a
Yeah, her
sun. You see somebody else
her
is looking up here.
yeah, her
Not,
body's definitely in there. They put that tarp over it, so
yeah, yeah.
yeah, they put tarp over it when she first. It
hmm
almost makes you think that maybe no sunroof. It looks like there is might be a sunroof right there.
well, that's the back of the car.
I was gonna say.
That's the back of the car.
That's still.
I'm blind as
hmm
a bat then.
I don't know. It could be the back of the car. Yeah, it should be the back of the car. I don't know. It could be the front of the car. I
I
don't
went
see no sunroof. I
West
see
Wind.
like a little line up top, but I can't really tell if that's a sunroof or not.
The pixelation kind of
Yeah.
gets me off
Yeah, that's
where
the
I
front of the
can't
car.
see the sunroof.
Somebody else sent me another email. Hang on just a second with more pictures in it, guys. I don't want to expose them, so I'm gonna pull it up.
So fine.
There we go. So this is from G's Louise, and this is the campground. So here is where the campground was, and straight down it looks like is where she was found.
Hey,
hmm
launch ramp. What's that all the way
Let me see what else. They sent me some pictures. Um, actual party spot. So that was the party spot. Let me see. I can't bring that up. But
You
this.
get people like Adventures with the Purpose in there, and like Equal Search. More
Mhm.
civilian people, I guess you'd say, are going to talk
Mhm.
more to them than cops and
Oh
agents and
yeah,
stuff.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. That's they're. They're. I don't know, guys. I don't know. This is a iffy one for me. I think.
Yeah, like I say, once the autopsy come back, we'll know.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think so. Hang on just a second here, guys. Let's see. Bring that back up and uh, cause this. Let's see. Everybody's out here talking about it.
Hmm.
Let's see. Let me bring up my thing here again, and my email. It was just so sad watching them pull that out of the car. I mean, all that out. It just was just so sad watching them pull that out and just being.
It's hard, especially if the parents were there. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, do y'all remember seeing her vehicle in the snow that was a couple of years old?
Mm-mm.
Okay, there was a picture of her car. It was snow around it and stuff. I was just trying to remember if there was a sunroof on that. That's kind of got me jumbled at the moment.
Sammy said there was a sunroof. She stated that because I remember her. I remember Sammy saying that there was a
Yeah,
sunroof.
if she knew there was a sticker on the back, she knew about the sticker on the back, too.
Oh
Right,
yeah.
right.
Well, she
Uh,
definitely knew the details of that car.
She knew every
right,
bit of the
right.
details of that car, and I thought that was
Hmm.
weird.
I
And
know it was sketchy listening to some of the interviews of the friends because I was like, "Wow, you aren't friends. Y'all left her there." And then what they said kind of bounced off me wrong too.
mhm.
Just little
What I don't understand
weird.
is
I don't want to
what I don't understand about the whole thing
get
is
crazy though.
why didn't Sammy come up front and tell him that she had the the white sweatshirt on? That's what I don't understand.
Mm.
Why didn't
But did
she?
I don't know, but didn't they say there was like fights going on or something like that?
She said they wasn't really like they were nice fights. Remember,
Mm.
Play fights.
play fights.
Oh,
I'll bring it up.
oh,
Want me to her little
no.
thing. Hang on, we'll bring that up. Uh,
I think she wasn't just telling the whole truth about that party, what was going on there.
exactly,
And then
Hmm.
saying there was
exactly.
all kinds of drugs and alcohol, but you don't see remnants of alcohol anywhere on the campground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they
I
probably went
mean,
back and cleaned it up.
cleaned it up, yeah. If you were worried about something,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
some people that ain't worried about anything would be like, "Well, I made it home and I didn't worry about the trash at the campsite."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're worried about something, you're gonna go clean it up. Uh, I would say to cover
Oh,
yourself.
what did I just do? Hang on. Uh, I'm gonna pull up that where she. This is her out there.
If you're new to our channel, thank
Let's do this. Fast forward it till she starts speaking. She says a lot of stuff that's not.
in the past year to coming months recently, and
What I just do? Shoot.
she is just
Hang on.
a light in a lot of people's lives. She's wonderful.
What I just do? Hang on just a second, y'all. Oh, darn it. But she lets a lot of
Totally,
things out.
yeah.
And watch how
So
she acts.
Kylie is one of my close friends. We met through mutual friends, and we became closer in the past year to coming months recently. And she is just
And
a
we found
light
out
in a
that
lot of
was
people's
not
lives.
true.
She's wonderful. She's smiling all the time. She's caring.
That they
She's
weren't good
beautiful.
friends.
She's there for anybody who has ever needed her. She's very outgoing. She's outdoorsy too. She loves the water. She loves to sing. Her voice is just amazing too, and she's just a beautiful girl, and we all miss her a lot. And so,
Yeah, I'm sure.
And we've never seen this girl
You saw her
cry
at the
at
party,
all.
right? You were at the party with her.
yes, I was the last person to contact her after the party, and I was with her basically throughout the entire party. I was
No, it's okay.
walking
It's
around
okay.
with her,
I know.
and
I know you got a lot going on. I get it.
I'm at the team to team meetup, so there's a lot of
No,
kids outside.
everybody's wanting to talk to you, and like I said, I greatly appreciate every minute I have with you.
Yeah.
Can you take a quick look at this photo? Is
Yeah.
this what she? Can you confirm whether or not she was wearing this at the night of the party? Is that what she was wearing?
Yeah, so that top is exactly what I saw her in. If you can see on her left side, on her hip, you can see some skin. She was wearing a black bodysuit. I remember because we went to the bathroom together, peed in the woods together a couple of times, and so that's her shirt right there. The pants were different that she wore to the party. She was wearing green Dickies pants, but that belt is definitely what she's wearing too. I remember watching her have to take it off when we were using the restroom together. We were out using the outdoor restroom with like popping quad basically. So yeah.
That was just released from the Placer County Sheriff's Office. This picture, I just found it on their Facebook page.
Yeah.
So there's talk about this top, the spaghetti straps top. Some people are saying it was found at the area. Can you confirm that, or is that
so that has not been confirmed. If it has not been posted on our Find Kiely Rodni Instagram page or on the website or on the Placer County Sheriff's Office Facebook.
If you notice this girl takes over and tries to run the show, this is when this first happened.
Or anything, then it is not true. It is not something that people should be following on or trusting. The information will be posted and will be coming from us when it is confirmed. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So yeah, that has not been confirmed.
Okay. Perfect. So at the night of the party, the last time you saw her, can you tell us about, give us a rundown of the party real quick. I understand it was a large gathering.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be a senior farewell party where all the seniors and everybody from around our area, like Tahoe and Truckee and Incline and Kings Beach, were supposed to be there. They were invited there because it was supposed to be like saying goodbye to your favorite seniors before everybody starts going off to college. Because soon enough here, people are going to start leaving and moving out. And so Kylie's a senior, or she graduated early, so she's considered a senior, and I was a senior. So every senior was initially invited to the party. And as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked to Kiely, and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend Ross, Mags' boyfriend, and told Kiely goodbye and everything. And they were never planning on like leaving together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, but we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party, and it started to grow really big. I would say around 10 to 10:30, it just blew up. Like it started to get to the point where I was getting overwhelmed, and I'm a very social person. I've been to a lot of these parties. I've never been overwhelmed. I've actually been underwhelmed, but at this party, it was very large. Like it was bigger than any party we've had in Truckee all year. For a lot of years past, there were people from what we think Sacramento, San Francisco. I remember talking to somebody who was from San Francisco, Reno, Folsom, areas that were just way out of reach from it. And it was really overwhelming and weird to see, but I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, oh, kids are around here. They have vacation homes up here. They're just coming to party because why not? So then Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes. And then we went to her car.
See, they went back to her car and got alcohol. Did y'all pick that up?
Also, how does she know she was the last one that contacted her?
Exactly.
She didn't have access to her phone. And it was supposedly her mother or something that she contacted last. But she says I was the last one to contact her. Well, she was also her last hope of leaving that party alive or okay as well. That's what I don't like about the girl. Oh, I'm gonna leave my best friend or my good friend that is the light. You know what I mean? How she described her
Oh yeah.
in an overwhelming situation, as she said it. She's going
Mhm.
to leave her in the overwhelming situation with no one that really obviously knew her.
And you
That's
hear,
leaving her in harm, actually.
and
So
Hmm.
actually, you heard her say that she went out in the woods and everything with her. Yeah, she did
Hmm.
not know she wore the white hoodie that night. That don't make sense.
right, and she was in the black bodysuit or whatever.
Yeah. What do you think, Top Dog?
And she remembers the belt very well.
Mhm. And in
But
here,
and then
go
and
ahead.
then if you listen to what she was saying when he asked her, well, were you the last person to see her at the party? Were you with her at the party? And then she like caught herself and then changed her answer.
Mhm.
Yeah, right.
So there's deception there. She's showing deception, like she feels guilty because she knew she was drunk and she allowed her to drive away or get in her own car to take off
Mhm.
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
something, whatever happened after that.
Or
So she,
left her there drunk in
yeah,
a uncomfortable situation, is what she said.
exactly.
That's her
Yeah,
own words.
yeah.
I
Well,
don't. I've never left my friends in a uncomfortable situation, even if I had to almost fight them to get them in the car. They're not staying where I don't think they're in a good situation. Usually, that was female friends. You know
right.
what I mean? Uh,
Yeah, I mean,
my male friends, I would be like, well, as long as you got a ride home, knuckle up, buddy. You got this. But if it's a female and a bunch of dudes and drugs and I knew that
hmm.
she wasn't that type of person. Obviously, being a 4.3 GPA, graduating at 16, she wasn't that type of person to be at a cocaine alcohol party in an unfavorable situation.
And she
Right.
doesn't seem like it. Don't seem like she's a drinker either. Because if you look at her statue, it's
Right.
gonna take only a couple of beers to get her drunk. And then if she drinks more than six, she's toasted. And then with drugs on top of that, she's
Right.
really hammered.
Well,
Yeah,
you heard
and
her say
it's
that they were doing shots. Shots are a
Yeah.
lot stronger than a beer.
Oh, oh yeah.
sure
Oh
enough.
yeah. She was definitely hammered. I'll tell you that much. But she
Mhm.
feels fault. She feels guilty, and you can see the deception in her answers. Is that she feels guilty because she allowed her to drive away or get in the car, and she left him.
Uh-huh. I agree 100%. North
Hmm.
Cal, Jess, I have to see your face before you come up, honey. Can you show me your face? North Cal. Oh, okay. Hey, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. So, yeah, I've just been listening in and just agree with a lot of what you guys are saying and just also with some of the speculation of, how she got in that water. And personally, I think that she was just really inebriated and possibly also just messed up from some substance, whether it was something she knew she took or didn't know she took,
Mhm.
and went straight into that water. But I've been hearing different things of how did people not hear her car going in the water and just
Mhm.
different things like that. And I think it was it was definitely a different direction than I guess she was supposed to take to go home, but it makes sense if you're drunk.
That's
So,
true.
yeah.
I would almost lay money that, and this is my opinion only,
Mhm.
that they find a very strong, strong substance in her system.
Right. And, all we got to do is wait for this autopsy and toxicology because the autopsy will probably tell us whether she drowned from the water or not. The
Right.
toxicology will then tell us, the substances in her. And
Exactly. And
Right.
her blood alcohol level and all of that as
mhm.
well.
Mhm.
Right.
And no one heard the car go in the water is due to the fact that they were all around bonfires and also with loud music playing and everybody yelling.
Exactly.
Everybody out there screaming and yelling, having a party.
That's what I would think too.
And
So,
intoxicated as well.
Yeah, exactly.
mm-hmm.
which makes for an uncomfortable situation for little 16, 17-year-old girls.
Definitely.
I've seen it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So,
I just don't know why I just don't know why Sammy didn't tell about the shirt, the sweater, and the things that the way Sammy acts. And she was so specific about her car, and I mean, she could be very innocent. I mean, she just might be a very
She's got a strong character, and probably she likes attention. She likes to be in the middle of the spotlight.
that could be, you know,
Hmm.
and maybe she didn't realize what she was getting herself into coming into the crime community on YouTube. You know,
Exactly.
well, if this happened to my friend and I was Sammy, I could not hold that guilt or
Yeah.
that whatever's on. I would wear that very heavily, and that does not look like she's wearing that heavily. You know what I
right?
mean?
Yes.
I would feel like if I was the last, if I thought I was the last one that spoke to her or had anything, and I left her in an unfavorable situation, I would not be in my car uh, giving this interview uh, without a heavy load on me because that was my
Right.
friend.
Look, there's Ricky Beaver. Hey, Ricky Beaver.
Well, she
Yeah,
she
I
might.
mean, go ahead, Top Dog. Sorry.
No, I'm saying she who knows, once she finds out of this information coming out that they found her body and found her car, who knows? She might be doing interviews tomorrow on YouTube.
She might be.
Yeah.
You never know. The thing
Hmm.
is, if you watch the behavior panel, you'll see
Hmm.
specific things they look for, like in their mouths and in their lips. And there's a lot of times in this interview that she holds back, like she wants to tell more.
Well,
Like,
when you're interviewing somebody, you're talking to somebody, it's their body language and their reactions, how they talk, because their brain has got to think to come out with the next answer or the next word out of their mouth.
mm-hmm,
Sometimes they get tripped up and they got to think of what answer they're going to say. They're going to
Right.
bite their lip. They're going to look down. They're going to look sideways. They're going
mm-hmm,
to do all kinds of stuff. And, they're going to be telling with their fingers. They're going to be
mm-hmm.
rocking their foot. They just do different things. And like Don was doing, I seen Don doing that and Candace.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of, and that shows deception. And that's what a lie detector picks up when you're strapped in and you're picking up those nerves and you're breathing and you're pulsing all of that.
All right. I agree.
I think
Yeah.
there's also something to say that from what I've heard, that Sammy's, well, at least one of her parents is a lawyer and one of them is a PI.
That's what I heard too.
I
So
heard
it's
that as
just
well.
kind of weird that, she would have gone first and foremost and been that, person of, I mean, you look like a suspect,
Suspect. Yeah.
when you say those types of things, saying that
Hmm.
I was the last person to have contacted her. And I heard you earlier asking, how does she know? Like, I was
Right.
wondering that too. How do you know that you were the last person? Like,
Right.
how? Unless you had her phone and like looked at her recent calls and can verify that.
Mm-hmm.
And why would you take off the Montana? They said that she might have took off the Montana.
Yeah, supposedly she is in Montana.
Uh,
Really?
Yeah.
so
She's
that's
no
like
longer in California.
I'm running from this situation now.
Yeah.
It looks definitely weird, but I'm sure it's probably something they like, maybe recommended or something, just to get out of the area or just maybe to, let
Which a
law
lawyer and
enforcement.
a PI would recommend that.
Oh yeah. But still, being those as her parents and just how much she came out within the first week, that was a little surprising.
Exactly. That I didn't understand that. And there, I think there's a picture I seen of her with her mom standing in the background, leaning up against the tree, and I'm like, if her mom's an attorney, how is she letting her daughter just openly come out here and talk so openly on
especially if
YouTube?
she, especially if she knows, her daughter is young. I mean, 18 is still pretty young, and like, being accused of something such as murder is like that can really mentally affect you if you really had nothing to do with it. So putting her
That's
out there
true.
like that, I would have really had a talk with her and been like, you know what you're doing, right? Like a lot of people are going to be watching this, rewatching it, and having
Ripping it
speculations.
apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
Mhm.
no, she's not alive, Ricky Beaver. They found her today, honey. They found her in the water. They found her car in the water. Um, I think he's the only YouTuber that she did a. I think they put a hold on it after him.
Yeah, I imagine. I would have.
Because she, but you can watch some
My
of
daughters wouldn't have had it in the
her.
first place.
She,
Same.
No,
yeah,
she's dead, Ricky. She's no longer with us no more.
yeah, that's so sad. It was so sad tonight watching them pull her out of the water and knowing that her family were there watching and
Hmm.
you know
Yeah,
it's
that's
just sad all the way
heartbreaking.
around.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
she'll never be able to see her 17th birthday because I mean there was just a lot of stupid decisions on of so many people's, including Kylie. I mean, she made a stupid decision by drinking and partying by herself, knowing that she had to drive home at this party. That we.
And it's sad that some of her friends found it more important about their curfew than, making sure their friend had a safe way of getting home, basically,
Exactly.
So,
I imagine Kylie might have had a curfew as well,
oh
and,
yeah,
and so I would have, yeah, I would have helped her home out of that situation to make her curfew as well, so her parents
right.
aren't worried.
Hmm. I don't know. I just hope that the outcome's better. That like maybe it was just she fell asleep, and she drove into the water. She didn't know what happened, you know, and that there wasn't no foul play because I don't want her parents to have to go through this again.
Yeah, but it's good. Somebody's gonna be charged. Someone's gonna have to be taking responsibility for it.
Yeah. Well, I
You,
think it
you
was.
Go ahead.
I think it was a little bit of everybody. I mean, her
Oh
friends,
yeah.
her mom. Her mom should have made sure that she got home at 16 years old at 12 o'clock midnight. I mean, that's just my opinion.
I
Um,
totally
Yeah.
agree. My mom, when I was younger, did not let me um, be out for too late. And if I was out at 2 a.m., she would be up until I got home. She
Hmm.
wouldn't
yeah.
go to sleep. But there are a lot of people who, they have work the next morning or something.
I think she
But
had been in
mhm,
Reno all day or something. They said, and
she went to that car show.
yeah, that car show, and
Hmm.
she fell asleep, and it's sad that happened. It's sad.
Also,
Um,
another thing is, I was thinking, when I was when I was younger and went to parties and or even now when I needed, just call someone and my phone is dead, I'll probably ask someone like, "Hey, do you mind if I borrow your phone and I can call someone?" Just
yeah,
so that I can make the call and let the person know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, yes, Crystal. They found her in the lake. They found her in the water in the lake. I'll bring that back up. Those pictures so they can see. But yeah, they found her in the lake today at the lake near the campsite where she came up missing in the first place
Mm.
at the party. And well, somebody sent me. Okay, that's the no thing. But yeah, I mean, I know her mom feels horrible.
yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
and her whole family.
Hello, Kelly Marie. I hope you get better.
Hey, Kelly Marie. Yeah, this here, I'm gonna
Also, it would
read.
have been so much better, I think, if she had driven with someone in the first place, knowing that she was probably gonna party and drink, and it's
Yeah.
unfortunate that,
Yeah, she
that
should
that
have
that's
never
how it was planned. Yeah.
been by herself.
We still do the designated driver thing.
Yeah.
Even when we were young and wasn't supposed to be drinking, I was always the designated driver because I never drank. I smoke, but I don't drink. Um, and I would drive because and it makes me wonder even somebody said, well, they weren't best friends or anything. You don't have to be best friends to make sure your friend gets home correctly out of that bad situation.
Right.
Anybody wanting to leave when I'm leaving, I'll give them a ride home. That's always been
Right.
my thing. But I don't know
Right.
if we're different here in Kentucky than anywhere else.
No,
So
I'm in California and
Yes,
it's the
and
same
same
over here.
way. Thank you. That's good because that is a very good
That's why it really
idea.
baffled me to hear Sammy speaking and saying, yeah, she was pretty drunk. And then it's kind of like, you're saying this, but yet you left.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Why? If you knew she was drunk, she's like younger than you.
Yeah, Sammy said a lot. Did you hear the whole interview of what she said? She said,
A
I think she said
lot.
they did bongs and everything or something like that.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, they could have done other things that just made they took, yeah, they were taking, well, we don't know whether she took the bong loads or the bong
Yeah,
hits, but I
yeah,
mean, supposedly that was that, and there was a lot harder drugs too that who knows whether she'd taken it ever in her life, and it could have just really affected her. I mean, the
Yeah.
fact if she drove, then I'm surprised she was even able to drive that far, but
right. Like, I'm
Not
surprised
run
that
into a
people,
not run into a tree or something like that, and be
exactly.
able to handle those curves.
I mean, you would think that somebody would have seen her like that. Well, the girl from that is on Crime Stories Obsessed, Emma, had said that she was at the party and said that Kylie was blown away at that party.
Mm,
She said it in text. Hello,
wow.
workdog. You take a drunk person's keys from them. Wait, where did she? At least, yeah, take their keys. Give them a ride home. Don't let a 16-year-old girl walk out of there like that, and or drive. So anybody that did not know it, they're thinking she might have came off this slope, and right here was where her car was found. This is her car here. They pulled it out, but this is where her car was found, where this boat was in the water,
Mhm.
14 feet down, upside down in the water. For anybody that's not
Mhm.
heard the news or been all over YouTube today, it's been all over YouTube.
And it's
So
crazy how not so far off the land it was, and apparently it
mhm,
wasn't seen until today.
right, right. And they'll be able to tell if that car was recently put in the water. If that car has only been in the water a couple of days, they'd be able to tell, wouldn't they, Top Dog?
Oh
Mhm.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Which I wouldn't think anybody would have brought it back in, knowing that people are in that area, surveillance all over that.
Yeah,
What
that
year
would
was that?
be
What
very 2013, that car.
2013. Yeah, so it's got a black box in it, so they can pull the data out of that black box.
Would they be
Interesting.
able to do it with or with it being submerged in water?
Yeah, yeah,
A
they'll
lot of
dry it all
people
out.
ask that
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
Okay,
they can
so they
dry it all
can,
out and replace some parts in it just to get the main chip out of it or the main drive out of it and download it.
and then they
Yep.
could be able to tell that how
Oh
fast
yeah.
it's going and
I
what
mean, think
time.
about yeah, they can tell the time, the acceleration, they can tell GPS coordinates, all of that stuff. Just
Hmm.
like a black box that out of a plane that
Out of
falls
a
out of the
plane.
sky, and
That's right.
yeah,
Yep.
they
Mhm.
do the same thing.
Well, that's
Yeah.
going to be very interesting to know when they do a analysis of that.
Well, if they
Right.
do that, it all depends on the autopsy first.
Right.
Yeah.
If I
You
were
think?
those parents, I would tell them do everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. I would want to know for sure. You
Mhm.
know, but
I mean, it seems like it wasn't far from the party, so she didn't drive that far.
yeah, I mean, the party was just
Unless
up
she
the
was
hill.
just unconscious and she just kept rolling forward.
Yeah, and
I
passed
mean,
out and laid on the gas, and it went
yeah, because that
because
car doesn't look very damaged.
mm-mm.
That no, it's like it
Mhm.
it just drove in there is what it's like. The Judith Face said her mirror broke off and a dent in the driver's door.
Mhm.
What Judith Face? I'm curious what
She
they'll say in the morning.
Yeah, she could
Ellie
have. She could.
received cell phone data reports yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she could have grazed a tree or something and broke her mirror and dented her car. Didn't realize it when she was so intoxicated driving off.
Mm-hmm. Someone said that they thought she might have been airborne, but there would have been proof of that if she'd have hit that ground. Wouldn't you
There's
think?
no way. There's no
No,
cliff
no way.
there or anything
Right.
like that. There's no.
No shelf.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
And
exactly.
she had to
So
be
she,
going real fast.
yeah. So
Yeah.
she probably passed out behind the wheel and her feet just stood on that gas a little bit harder. And
Mm-hmm.
like I said, the speed is what causes and the gravity pushes that car forward. So that the speed and the gravity.
Right. We'll find out more tomorrow. With I think did they say ALR is was it who was it A something the one that found her was supposed to be
Adventures with Purpose. They're
yeah.
going at I believe at 9 a.m. Let me check.
Yeah, because I think LE out there's gonna have a news conference as well.
Mm-hmm. It's just explain the location and the speed. Yeah, that black box will tell everything, won't it?
Oh yeah, oh
Other
yeah.
than who placed her in that car, if she was placed in that car, or if she'd have been driving the car, or anything, right?
Well, no, like I said, that black box is just gonna say the speed, the GPS coordinates, how many times you hit the brakes, stuff like that. How many times you put that car in neutral and drive and reverse.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna pick up all those things, but it's not gonna say, oh, who put her in the car or who was driving the car or
No,
anything like that. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
you know what I mean.
So yeah,
uh,
just to confirm, Adventures with Purpose at 9 a.m. Pacific time. It is on their YouTube, and you can set your notification on, but that will be a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm not quite sure about press, when they're going to have this press release, but it doesn't seem like law enforcement has really even like spoke up. I mean, I've seen it on news channels and stuff, but
oh, right. They're not going to speak up right now because they're trying to get their stories together and
oh yeah,
collect
they need to explain
some
why they
facts.
didn't find this in two weeks.
Yeah,
Why
because
it
they
took
had
them
diary.
so many taxpayer dollars and hours
Yeah,
and
they
Okay.
had.
Well, here's
Mhm.
one thing that could happen. The car or the CRV might not have been there then. And I know that's maybe
All
not
right.
what
right.
happened,
Those
but
are that's what
that's a
people are.
possibility
Mhm.
that it was put
Mm-hmm.
there later after they searched the first.
However, it would
Exactly.
have been pretty sketchy to be in that area to
It
be
would
doing
have,
that kind of thing. It would have
yeah.
probably had to be at night or something, but yep, you're still right.
But there's another thing. The kayak girl, I won't say her name anymore.
Yeah.
She was driving a similar to a CRV in that video. I don't know what kind of video. I mean, it was obviously like it, and if you're covering
Honestly,
something
yeah.
up, if you're covering up tire tracks, maybe you
I
might as well
really
have the same vehicle. You see what I
I
mean?
understand that maybe she was trying to get footage and she was just in the area and she was like,
It was,
"Hey, this is where it happened." But getting in a kayak and kayaking around that area, I don't know. That's
I mean,
that's
it
a
could have been
little
just.
too much.
I got a better
It's
picture
a
now.
sketchy to me.
Yeah, but
I
yeah, I see
call
what y'all coming from, but it could have been just a coincidence.
Yeah.
And she was into true crime, so
Are we talking about the
I
kayak?
The
yes.
girl, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So y'all are familiar with the video that Axamanare, whatever
Yep.
the hell her name is, posted?
Xana, yeah, Xana.
Xanamaray, I don't know how to
Yep.
pronounce her name.
Yeah.
Okay, so she posted that video of their kayak with her chihuahua, and she was at the same park site, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. And she
Posser
said she
Creek
saw the party,
Reservoir.
correct? Because I was
She
on
said
that
she
live
saw
stream.
a Latin party going on, yeah, to the side.
Thank
And
you.
filmed it, I think.
wow.
Right. A Mexican
Mm,
party,
Right.
correct?
yeah.
Yep.
So her body's in the back.
Uh-huh. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
I was on the live stream with her and Ryan Upchurch and All American Dream Chasers last night
I
for
Same.
was
or
too.
actually 2
Yep.
nights.
So make this make sense. And then she walked out. She walked out when she got called out.
Thank you, Ziggy V.
Left the live stream.
Yes. And blamed it on cyberbullying.
And got
verbal
really
abuse.
defensive, and then she really was defending Ictamel.
Right.
Well, who is connected to Ronnie, who said he had two cousins. See what I mean?
It got into
like there's
a really hot
connection
mess.
there.
Yeah.
There's so much connection there.
Well, see, the thing about it is she might know what happened, but she's not talking, or she might have got a whiff of something.
Just
but
like
she's not
every
saying.
other 3,000 people at the party that never happened.
Exactly.
Here's my one thing. If toxicology comes back and that girl has Xanaxes in her system, it goes with that name. It goes with that name.
Guaranteed.
Fentanyl.
Well, we don't know for sure if she's had
Nobody
her
knows.
on.
No,
Do you even know who's in that vehicle? Because every live chat I go on, they say, "Oh well, she's there. She's there. Kiely was in the truck." How the hell do you know who was in that truck? It might be empty.
She's not in the front seat, that's for sure. Unless she's.
I
on
also
the
have a
ground.
feeling that they may have bagged her body possibly while under the water before pulling it. I don't know. I mean, I definitely am not
No,
involved.
I don't think they had time.
And I don't know
enough
how
to
they
do
do
that.
this. Yeah.
What they do
What
is
happened was they OD'd her. Somebody at that party gave her
something happened to that mirror.
She OD'd and they freaked out, and I think they drove that car off that pinpoint
Yeah,
peninsula.
a lot of people think that. Yeah.
Because how do you miss so many trees?
It's a hypothesis.
If you're that drunk driving your own car, how do you not hit a tree?
Well, she hit something. That mirror looks like
She
it's been.
ran straight in an arrow off a peninsula point into the water. And it was 14 feet deep. It took 2 weeks in the helicopters and nobody could find it. And nobody wants to speak.
It's mind-blowing.
Oh, thank you, Pugs and Coffee. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Critters Crime. Thank you, Pugs and Coffee.
There's certain details that can lead to hypotheses of every direction. You got to take your details and run with them a little to see what fits. And if they don't fit, you don't go.
I'm sorry. If it doesn't add up, it's not true.
That's true.
If it doesn't add up, it's not true. If it doesn't make sense, it's just not true.
What do you think, Top Dog, happened?
Well, it's so many coincidences. Like I said, she could have drove out that party intoxicated, could have passed out behind the wheel with the drugs and the alcohol, or like I said, she could have OD'd at the party and they scared and threw her body in the car and someone drove that car away and someone followed and later threw that car in the water. Anything is possible. Anything is possible.
I know what happened. Somebody gave her something. She OD'd. She was unconscious. She died. They didn't know what to do.
Well, we don't know that.
Some
for
dumbass drove her car into that lake.
We don't know that.
You want to know how I know that? You want to know how I know that?
Yeah.
How?
Because she made it all the way to that shoreline. Do you understand me? There's so many trees, so many hard right, left hand turns. Okay? How the fuck is an inebriated 16-year-old going to drive her
Calm
car
down.
conveniently straight off a fucking point of fucking...
Whoa, we can't
Can you calm down?
Listen, we can't do that. Listen, somebody made a good point right here. No airbags. But listen, I don't like that cussing. We don't do that over here. I don't care if you're being up here, but we need to calm down just a bit. Okay, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't care if you're coming up here, but we need to calm down.
And I know Yeah, and I know you're passionate about it. This is
And
something that's super frustrating and
mhm.
confusing, and we're all
Yeah.
just speculating. So remember, we can't just, confirm anything. We don't know for sure,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Do you want to?
possibility what you're saying.
Do you
Definitely.
want to hear something that's got me going so hard right now? I can't even sleep. I haven't slept for 2 days. I've
Mm.
been up on live chats till 6 a.m. for hours on end for 2 days straight, and I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is I woke up one morning to the words submerged. Everybody knew about it. I wrote this shit down because I have a book. I read because I'm a true crimer. I do write this shit down in a book. And for some reason, I woke up the next day and it said the first thing I said was submerged, and I was like, I don't even use that word. Why
But
would that?
remember,
Why would I even say that? And then
but
today it comes out, oh,
Yeah,
the
but
car was submerged
right.
in
But the
water.
thing is, we gotta also stick to the facts as well.
Uh-huh.
And no, there ain't no airbags. I don't see any airbags in this picture.
Well, they
Yeah,
put
and
a
that was
tarp over
actually
the
an
car when
excellent
they drug it
question that
out.
the person put about whether water can deploy them. Because hey,
I want to
whether it
know
was
how
2
long
days or whether it
headlights
was 2
last. I
weeks
want to know how long headlights will detain. How long do the headlights last underwater?
I don't think it would
until
last.
the battery dies until the car
Okay.
battery dies.
It's a 2013. It has an ECM, an electronical control module. That should tell you what the
Yep.
speed of the car was at the exact moment that engine stopped running and died.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
So
So
where I mean it looks like sand ish to me. So
oh yeah, that's sand and mud. I
where
mean,
are
that
the track
water,
marks from the car going into the water?
that's another question I think people are
How fast
wondering.
was she
But they
going?
were
Was she
just
what? Whoa,
showing
whoa,
they
no,
were
no,
just showing in a
no, no,
different
no. Was she
live.
going 75 miles an hour, or was she going like
Well, no one
10 miles
knows.
an
Don't
hour?
know that
No
yet.
one knows that.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
find
a
that out. We're gonna find
Right.
yeah.
if these
They just
idiot
found her
cops can
today.
get involved.
Oh,
well,
everyone's
well,
involved. FBI,
They're all
Homeland
involved.
Security.
you remember, you got to understand, you can't run with your emotions. You got to understand,
I'm
law
not running with
enforcement.
emotions. I'm
Well, hold
running
on a
with
second.
logic.
Oh, okay. Well, you got to understand, law enforcement can't run
Is
with
your
emotions
opinion.
as well. They got to go with facts
Guess what?
until
I
they
don't
do the
trust them
autopsy
because it
and
took
all
them
that.
2 weeks and it took
Okay.
APW what?
There's
2
your
hours?
emotions.
You do have to
Yeah.
trust facts. You do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God. What are you talking about?
I
The
totally
police were
understand
on
where
this for
you feel
2
the police.
weeks.
Yeah, I totally understand that. But thankfully,
These people
Adventures
find
with
them in
Purpose
2
got involved
hours?
and hopefully will stay partially involved with this and being able to have also look up also some of those things that we're all wondering.
Right.
I
But
know.
I think they're going to be kind of partially, heading back to Oregon to, continue to look for more, more missing people and do what, they're known for.
Also,
Mhm.
I know
They're not doing shit.
AWP were there at least 16 hours before they found her, so it took them
Right,
16
right.
hours.
They were there Friday
Okay,
and
answer
they
me
looked
this.
in 2 different bodies of water and today was the third.
Who was this campground registered to?
It was not to
I
anyone.
think
I
a
think they
park.
all showed up.
Yeah, it's a park. It's a national
Yeah.
park,
Oh,
isn't
It's
so
a
it?
they
national
must be
park.
different from New York because where I'm from, if you want to go into state park, you got to give your name
Oh no, this
and
is a very different
they have
wilderness.
surveillance
Right.
I was just in
cameras.
Lake Tahoe about like 2 weeks ago and I mean it's the same
Oh,
around as Truckee. It's the same type of terrain and everything and it's there's trails everywhere. I mean
Right,
whether it's a road or not a road and
right,
so it's very rural out there and
right.
if they find blood
so
in her lungs, there's no doubt. When you
No,
oh,
they're going to be able to identify whether she was strangled,
strangled,
if
yeah.
she was strangled, or if she
mhm.
drowned because it's in the pupils.
Right.
Well, not
Absolutely.
only
Whether it was
that, but
asphyxiation, yeah.
Yeah, they can tell the
Or
difference.
if she overdosed, they'll find blood in her lungs
Okay,
too.
let's say that her pupils were she was asphyxiate,
yeah.
whatever that word is.
Asphyxiate.
Yeah, yeah,
Asphyxiated.
yeah. Let's say she was that, and they find that out. Where do we go from there, though? because
I
all
think
those
that will be
people,
that
right?
they're looking for someone because it won't
Oh
be
yeah,
that
then
she
it'll
just
turn
killed. It
into
was an
what, a murder
accidental
case.
death. It'll look like a
Hot
homicide.
dog.
I
Exactly.
think some cousins will be questioned at that point.
Ronnie,
That's a top dog question. What do you think, top dog?
Ronnie,
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna
Ronnie's
take all
little
her.
cousins.
Who?
Ronnie's
They're gonna.
cousins.
And whatever other
Ronnie
kids
looks
came
like to
forward.
me an 18-year-old white boy, but the other Ronnie Ictamel had on was probably a late 20s, early 30s black
I
male.
totally agree with that. The Icked
Yeah.
Mel, Ronnie, actually did sound like a guy, honestly, from like, because I'm from the Bay Area, and it sounded like a Bay Area dude who, used to party back in the day and had some younger cousins who went to this, who he spoke to. But the other one that was on American,
Dream
what was it?
Chaser?
Dream Chasers, yeah. I was gonna say Dreamcatcher, Dream Chaser.
Catcher my ass.
But yeah, so he sounded like a way younger, like, teen.
Absolutely.
Yep.
He sounded 17 or 18 to me.
And
Let
I
me ask you
couldn't,
this, IMBS. How old are you? Please
I'm
tell me.
36.
Okay, you sound very young. So
I do sound very young. I get that. I look very young too. Thank God.
there has been some young people that's tried to come up on my panel. I was just wondering.
Oh no, I'm 36. I look 25.
Okay.
Sound 25.
Okay.
Whatever. But I don't do this for money. I don't do this for anything. But this is my passion, and
Mhm.
I don't like liars. I don't like what's going on, and it just makes me upset.
This your
That
first crime case?
no, I chased Summer Wells. I chased Gabby Petito. Well, actually, Summer Wells got me into it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when I met Ryan Upchurch,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when he got on Gabby Petito, and that's when he got into it like I was, and
Right.
then I went on and
Oh no,
we
top
were
dog.
on live chat the last 2 nights,
Uh-huh.
and everybody was calling Ryan Upchurch out as being like some douchebag asshole, blah blah blah, and I'm like,
Uh-huh.
he's a millionaire. What does he have to benefit from anything? He
I'm a
was
fan of Ryan's
exhausted.
too.
He was
And
exhausted. You could
yes,
clearly
he was.
tell.
Yeah.
And it's like
I do
he's
think he went
trying
a
to.
little far fetched with some of his stuff, but
I
then
agree.
Well,
he gave me
he
some
does.
But he
realization
was,
of some
but he
things
was
I
just trying
believe.
to link facts. He was trying
That's
to
all
link.
he was
Yeah.
doing. Thank
Right.
you. Just
Yep.
trying to
Oh, I'm
connect
a
the
huge
dots.
I'm a huge Ryan fan.
Yeah.
I am. I am.
I'm a true crime fan. I don't care who's involved. I don't care.
And I
Well,
liked how he was
I
really trying to
also
keep the
It's
I
a
topic.
respect
passion of mine.
both.
Mhm.
I respect both Ikmal and Ryan, and but I try to leave that between them two
Yeah,
and
me
not on
Yep.
this
too.
channel here because I've not even watched it to know what really went down between them, but I do have a high respect
It
for
was all about
Ryan.
Ronnie.
Yeah, for Ryan. I don't even know who Ronnie is.
I don't know Ronnie,
At
but
this point, it doesn't even matter.
I
There
don't.
you
thank
Yeah.
go.
you. It's
Because
irrelevant at this point.
at
There
this
you
point,
go.
it is irrelevant
And
Not
because,
everybody
until we
yeah.
need to
bringing
speak
up
to
the
somebody,
drugs
though.
too. Like,
Yeah.
who
Mm-hmm.
cares about the drug use? It's
I think
irrelevant.
I
Well, she
think
was a
I think a lot of
16-year-old
people
girl.
are a little bit
Yeah,
It
unaware
is
that
irrelevant. I hate to
16-year-olds at this
say.
point are
at a
kind of like the
party.
new 20-year-olds because
Exactly.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot
absolutely.
of people in chat, and not just this chat, but other
Drug
chats
use
where
How
has
old are y'all? Because I
everything
mean, I know you've
to
been to
do.
parties.
I'm 28.
Drug use has everything to do with these missing kids cases. 95%
Y'all have been to parties though before.
Oh,
of
Okay.
yeah.
these things that happen, well,
Has this
you do
shit
you
ever
do the
happened
crime,
before
you
with
pay
you at
the
your parties? Because it's
consequences.
never happened in mine.
If I was at a party and one of my friends got killed, I'd want to know what the hell was up.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
that's
I would
drug
at least
use
say
involved
something, and
too.
you know what I would
You
say?
see, if
I
she
would say, you know
OD'd,
what?
then
I
she
don't
was
know
dead
who
before she
gave
hit the
her
water.
shit. I don't know who gave her what. I don't care. I don't
You
know.
should care though if you want to
No,
know
no,
why
no,
she
no.
was dead
I'm
before she hit the
saying if you
water.
want to be anonymous and call in to the tip line, all you got to do is say, I don't know my name. All I know is I saw her at this time. I saw him give this shit. and I have nothing to do with it.
Right. And
And
I'm sure that they did
they
get a
don't
lot of
give
those
a
types of
crap.
tips.
Come up, Ange.
I have a feeling that
Yeah,
they probably
I
did get
know
those types
there's
of tips. And that's another reason
uh,
why I think people were not coming forward, because I said this in another live, but like, if people were giving drugs to minors, they're not going to step forward and be like, yeah, I was
No.
at this
no.
party, because I mean, who, they may not even know shit. Like, I don't remember. I was also excuse me. I was
That's all
also
you
really
gotta
messed
say.
up.
You're not
I
gonna
don't
be
remember whether I
incriminated.
gave it to her or to him or to, so I'm just not going to say anything. I could imagine
Right.
that being a big reason why.
Exactly.
And another thing, you know, we saw how they were saying you're not going to get in trouble. We don't want to press any charges. You're not going to, we just want to know what you saw. But in
Yeah.
the end, if it led to something big, there would be charges pressed probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. If
Yeah.
there's bad drugs like
Oh,
fentanyl in
yeah.
her system
Guess
and
what?
it shows that she's passed away before
Hmm.
from a drug
Guess what?
overdose.
I looked it up. You can still get DNA from a car under the water.
Well, that's good.
That is great.
I know water can definitely affect evidence, but that's
Yeah.
great that, you know, after 2 weeks, that hopefully it hasn't been
But
too
we don't
long.
know if it's been
Hello,
2 weeks.
Bob.
We don't know if it's been 2
Exactly.
weeks.
So they're going to
It
be
could
able
have
to
been
see.
2 days.
They're going to be able to see
They'll be able to tell
probably by
that too.
the
Because
end
y'all
of this
told
coming
me
week.
that you had helicopters going over that reservoir for 2 weeks, and you had so many people on the ground searching for her, right? But you couldn't find her. You couldn't find her. You couldn't find her car. And then these guys come in and find her. I don't even know. Like, this shit just happened today.
Yeah.
Less than 24 hours they find her. But it took the
Them
authorities
guys are
2 weeks
professional
to
and they do
find
it all the
nothing.
time.
Yeah. They're professionals. They know, just like EquiSearch, you know, EquiSearch is they're awesome. And I really believe, in my opinion, that they found something about Summer Wells. I think they found something out there.
Oh, yeah,
I think
they
they
did.
come across something there with Summer's case. I think that that's why they kept going back, and they know they just can't release all this information. They can't let the perpetrator know
Exactly. They want
what's
this person to
up.
come in and be able to speak it and be like,
No,
that
you have to
matches.
have enough evidence to prosecute.
That's true. You
Right,
don't.
but they're also wanting they also want the suspect to come in and be able to say some of the story and be able to, like, okay, that matches, like, that hasn't even been released, and this
Mhm.
person is saying this, so who, no one would know this except the killer or the abductor. So
Right.
certain things have to, you know, certain things they have
Come
to
to
keep to
fruition,
themselves.
but I don't know. Something real fishy about this one.
We just have to stay patient and wait for, you know, hopefully by the end of this coming week, they've got more updates, but I'm sure not the toxicology for
Yeah,
a couple
tomorrow
weeks.
they'll probably, they probably will, find something out, hopefully.
At least discuss maybe what they found in the car other than just
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
Yeah, look, yeah, Gabby's case. Yeah, absolutely. Um,
Hmm.
but you don't see airbags there. That's funny because if the airbags deployed, seems like when she hit that water, the airbag should have deployed, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Some cars do have a switch where you can turn them off. Well, at least the passenger side.
Yeah,
I've been
Yeah,
in a few cars where you can do that.
in my
yeah.
CRV, it's a 2015. When the passenger gets out of the car, that their airbag turns off automatically.
Mhm.
In mine, I think if the drivers was deployed, maybe when they got down there and were getting it, they might have busted it already to get it out of the way. So
Mhm.
that could be
Yeah,
point.
they could have deflated them. Or
Yeah,
maybe the water just did it naturally
it could that
over
the
time.
pressure of the water. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Right. I mean, there could have been so many things.
Oh, also, I was watching. I watch a lot of stuff, but I was watching shipwreck stuff the other day because my worst dream is to drown in a car or drown at all. Okay,
Oh
So
wow.
I don't know why, but I watch it anyways. But when I was watching them, it was that big shipwreck that happened not too long ago. They were getting the bodies out. And what it
Mhm.
is when the bodies in the water, when they go down in water after so long, when they bloat, they float up. So when they float, where they were in that boat, they were stuck to the ceiling, and they had to maneuver them out of the ship and let them float up to the top, and they would catch them, put them in bags.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
her body. If they're covering it, if her seatbelt wasn't on, her body's probably floated to the back.
Oh my goodness. That's so you think she floated to the top of the car? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she didn't have her seatbelt on and she bloated.
Uh-huh.
She would float to the top, and then if there's a current, then it probably pushed her back.
Push it to the
'Cause
back. Right. Right.
they found one of their videos they found one boy. He was in the back of his car that they found for a good while. After so many
Mm-hmm.
years, he was in the back of his car.
Hmm. Wow. For any of y'all just joining, if please hit that subscribe button and that like button if you've not subscribed to my channel. It's free and it helps my channel grow. I appreciate it so much. Um, there's a lot of people that let's see. Wolf Slayer says, yeah, if that's true, fine, but there's no deflated airbags in this photo. Yeah, I'm not seeing any at all either. The accident specialist on the American Dream stream said he suspects somebody pushed the car. Hmm.
If it was in drive, that'd be hard to do.
Do we know though if it was in drive? That's the
They
one
will
thing.
with they will after that box comes out.
Hmm. They'll know for sure if it was in drive or not.
Right.
Driving into water won't set off airbags. I don't know. It depends on
A
how fast
broken
you.
mirror might.
Well, you can also look when you go through car wash. It takes off your rearview mirror too.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Well,
see how that one's broken, and they said there was damage on the side that it rolled over on. I think it would deploy.
That person right there who took that picture was super close, wasn't they?
Yeah, they got a good zoom.
That's a good picture right there.
Hope they
yeah,
wasn't in a kayak.
She was in the back seat, you guys. I don't care what
yeah.
nobody
Well,
says.
on the live, they stuffed it so far in the water and then put the cover over it, so she's back there. They did. They stopped it while it was in the water to put the cover and had the screens up. That way, they couldn't possibly get a picture, like the plane or nothing.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
They waited till it got to so far to the shore and went so far in the water and covered it first.
Yeah. So you think that they covered the back up because it's the first part out of the water?
Or
I
she's
think that's
laying
what
in the
she
back.
Or
yeah.
that's what I
She,
think. She's laying in
she
the back.
She could have also parked there and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna, rest a little bit. I'm too messed up," and then realize she didn't put it in park and it went and drive or something, or maybe her foot hit the pedal when she went to go in the back.
And that's
Maybe.
something else too. Like your tires have air in them, so in deep water of 14 feet, it might have made it turn over as well, um, because air floats to the top.
Oh yeah, yeah. Lady Love said AWP reported that the windows were all intact and windows had to be open to let water out and put car in neutral to get out of water. Thank you. Hmm. It's just sad. Poor girl. I felt bad for her family. I just feel really bad for her family. I hope that if it is a foul play, that they find out who it is. But really, I hope it's not because the family has been through so much already. They just need peace, you know?
Sure, a court case would be. I mean,
Horrible.
it would be horrible
Yeah,
from here for them. Yeah, to have
yeah,
to look at someone that uh, did something to their kid.
yeah.
I personally could not. First time I came within arm's length, they're
Uh-huh.
done. You know what I mean? That's how much I love my kids. So
Right. Well, and the thing is, if they find, if it was to come back and and her friends would be involved, that would be so heartbreaking for them as well. I know it's heartbreaking to think that they left her in that situation, but kids do that stuff. They do, and
Unfortunately.
yeah, Sammy probably deleted her social media account. Let's see.
Yeah,
She's
probably
been
for not to
happy
get any
girl despite the
harassment.
hate she's getting. Leaving your friend that is too drunk to drive you home, too possible to drive herself home, or even just alone at a creepy party. Yeah, it's true. U.S. PAL said the last place to file with water is in the back of the car, fill with water. If the car goes into water and you're stuck, go to the back of the car and wait for water to fill. Water pressure won't stop you from opening the door once it's full. Oh, that's good to know. They say to try to get that window down as fast as possible. But if she was, yeah, there, I agree. Wolf Slayer.
I kind of, this is kind of, well, not off topic. This is about Kylie, but we saw how her mom was hugging from behind Sammy during one of her um, kind of public speeches. And I
Hmm.
just thought that was kind of weird. I mean, the mom didn't know things yet. So, and I would be, if, if I were the mom, I'd be kind of I'd be a little bit annoyed. I'd be very happy that she was obviously helping and participating in the search, but like knowing that she was the last person who saw her, I would be like,
Yeah,
why didn't you make sure that my daughter got home? Why didn't you let
Thank
her
you.
call on
Yes.
your phone? Why didn't, like, there's a million things you could have done. You could have like convinced her, no, remember you have a curfew, like you got to get home, and like I know you drove, but you should not be driving home.
right,
Just
right.
a FYI, you can always use the headrest of your car seat to bust out the window. I figured I'd have everybody sitting in chat, so I figured I'd say it out loud.
Well, and she just was just very bold and not really. The little girl was just not very. She was bold and not really. She didn't really seem to be tore up about it, like crying, almost like she loved the attention. In my opinion,
Right. Yeah. I didn't see a
it was
tear coming
an
out of her
attention
eyes.
thing for her, for
Yeah,
me.
she should feel some responsibility
Yeah,
for not at least trying to say, "Come on, this is bullcrap. You shouldn't be here. This is unfavorable situation." That's her words.
and she wasn't even
Let's get
really her
out of here. You
friend.
know
Like
what I mean?
she said,
Right.
they were best friends, but to come to find
Technically,
out,
they
they
aren't.
didn't even hang out.
But
Right,
her
and that
mom
they're
went up.
new friends,
Her
actually.
mom
They're
went up and hugged her
Mhm.
like she was good people. So they're good enough friends to for if my mom goes up and hugs one of my friends, we're all good people. We're all good friends.
and
That's the
that
way
would have
I
been
look at
someone
it.
I was friends with for years, but
Yes, yeah.
apparently she had just met her within the last few months. So that would not
Uh,
I don't think that's a best friend.
He wasn't even on her social media, they said.
Exactly. That was
So
another thing that was very weird with
didn't
her
they go to
being
different schools and they met a friend of friends? That's what she said.
I think they did go to different schools. I
Yep,
don't.
I
Yeah,
agree. I think they did.
Somebody said that the Sammy girl might be jealous of Kylie for having a boyfriend that she wanted, but that's speculation. I don't know
yeah,
that for a fact.
yeah. I don't
So,
know because
and but that would lead to something else, and I'm not going down that.
Mm.
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, and I thought, I thought about that myself, but the boy that she dated, that was her ex boyfriend, and then he lived 4 hours away, and Sammy said that she wanted to be free. Now I know that Kylie's family has quite a bit of money, but there has been people come in my chat and say for that area, that's not a lot of money. That I guess a lot of people's wealthy in that area.
Yeah, Truckee a little bit more affluent than the Tahoe area.
Yeah, so that's not uncommon to.
There's a lot
Um,
more vacation homes.
yeah, yeah, because Kylie's family owned what, a lodge
Hmm.
and stuff. They had quite a bit of family, or
Yeah.
money.
So
So
But in the Sammy interview, if the way she was describing Kylie, if one of my friends described me like that, we would be good friends. And you see what I mean? See how she described? Oh, she was the light of, and giving her tremendous
mhm.
compliments. But that would be more than a friend to me where I'm from. So that'd
Exactly.
be a good friend, not an acquaintance.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering why she didn't go to a car show with her parents, but went to the party. I remember seeing that she's supposed to went to a car show with them and didn't.
They
Mm-hmm.
said that she was talked out of going to that party is what I heard. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's what I heard too, that she was supposed to go with her family, and her family was like, all right, it's fine. If you want to go to the party, that's fine instead.
Yeah.
And I can understand. I mean, if it was, a senior thing, and that her parents probably wanted her to have some sort of a high school experience, but yeah, I'm sure the parents weren't really aware of how big and, this party was going to be and what it was going to involve.
Right.
Because
And for
I'm
her to
sure
be
they probably thought it was just a typical house party with, 20 people max. And
yeah. And
uh-huh.
for her to be out that late and her that young, I know that she's responsible and stuff and that she was smarter, but just because you have book smarts don't make you common sense part.
No, and if
And
you've
just
got
That's
alcohol in
accurate.
you and drugs in you,
yeah,
then you can be the most responsible person, but you can't help how your body might react to that type of stuff. So,
Right.
exactly.
I know people who OD'd off the first time of using cocaine. Len Bias, he was an old basketball player. He just got he just got drafted in the NBA, and he went out to celebrate, and he died that night.
yeah.
So one time, one use, you don't know how your body is going to react to it. And did you see how small she was? So I
Yeah.
don't think her body setup would take a lot of uh, uh, drug activity for her not to
Right.
react differently if that's not her norm.
So she
It's easy to OD when it's not your
mhm.
norm. Like if you drink a little
Right.
bit, okay, you build a tolerance. But if you
Mhm.
don't do cocaine, or if you don't do maybe what they said ecstasy was that maybe. I mean, I don't
Mhm.
know about ecstasy, but
Yeah.
cocaine. I know you can over OD on cocaine. So
Yeah.
and
Right.
everybody's body acts different, but
And with
if
fentanyl these days, who knows? It could just take just the smallest amount. So,
I agree, I
you
agree.
never know.
Right.
I have people in my family that do drugs, and I've seen the worst that I wanted to see with drug activity with people,
Oh,
and
I
and
have.
I just I know they're living on a prayer every time they go out on a binge or something,
Oh
and
yeah,
it's
my
sad.
county.
It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
My county is.
Also, yeah. What were you going to say?
I said my county is full of them. You see them every day.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I've noticed in the chat is people have been saying, she keeps saying we, and I'm pretty sure they're referring to Sammy in her
Yeah.
interview.
Mhm.
And that was
Mhm.
something that actually kind of clicked in my mind too. I was wondering what does she mean by we? Because she said they were invited, or they were like, yeah, we were invited, or they invited us. And I was wondering, like, who is it? Like, who invited you? Where did this
Right.
invite come from? Where did it initially like start?
Right.
And it was apparently through like Snapchat or something, but they
Well,
were
I
like, we
think
were
Sammy
invited.
planned
And
the
I'm,
party.
yeah.
Wasn't it Sammy that planned the party? For
I
months, they
I
said
mean,
that.
she said that she like I think participated in maybe putting it together, and that it maybe just got bigger than they ever expected it to be.
Mhm.
But it sounds a little weird to think that one girl, 18, put together this party of 20 to or 200 to 300 people. Like, I don't know. It sounded a little bit more of like word of mouth, because considering that people from Fresno and Bay Area were there. I mean, I can't imagine that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she even said, I spoke to someone from San Francisco, and it sounded like, it wasn't someone she invited. She was a bit surprised also that there were people from so far away.
I think that even if there isn't anything that comes from this, one thing will be that them kids will never be the same after this. They'll never forgive themselves, for letting her
Especially
go.
those parents. They're going to all
Oh,
be really, really like, you better tell me
yeah.
when, or I need to see a tracker on your phone or something, just I can imagine.
Relax. Yeah, I agree. But and even Sammy and them, they're never gonna. I don't think their parents are gonna let them out like that anymore. I mean, I know Sammy's 18, but if my after going through all this, if
Yeah.
them parents don't keep a closer eye on their children,
Yeah. I
there's
also
something
find it
wrong.
weird that her friend was there for only 10 minutes and then left. I mean, it sounded more like the
Yeah,
the friend went there to kind of just drop off her friends and kind of maybe
drop
check it
her off.
out and then
Yeah,
left.
But
But
in her interview, she said, "Oh, we barely left each other's side." Yeah, for 10
and
minutes.
was
What do
that
you
the
mean?
same girl who said that was it the girl who was being offered bong rips that left within 10 minutes?
no, that was
Oh,
the.
that was
I
another
As
think
girl.
soon
that
as
was
they
the
got
one
there,
she
they said
came
they
there
were
with.
getting bong rips.
Well,
Yeah, the
unfortunately,
one
with the
girl
weird older men these days, who knows what they were really there
and
for? But
and there was older men there. We
yeah.
saw the pictures of the older men
Well,
there.
if this was word of mouth, I'm sure that, some mid 20, older 20-year-olds got word of it from, maybe their siblings or something.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Yeah, Mags was the one that brought her to the party. Lady Love said Mags said she was only at the party for 10 minutes.
Oh
She
man.
left her boyfriend when he picked her up. Sammy said Mags never planned on staying. Kylie and Mags hung out earlier in the day.
Yeah, that's
And
what
Mags was
Sammy
the one
said
that
too.
Okay.
crying. Mags was the one that was crying. I never seen Sammy cry.
Exactly. That is so true. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, Mags was really crying and she really
Uh-huh.
seemed like I can't think of where she could be, and
Yeah.
Sammy didn't seem as I mean, she seemed worried, but she did not seem as concerned. She just seemed like, "Hey, I know this girl really, really well, and this is what I know
And
about her."
Sammy kept saying that she probably got in a car with someone and they abducted her. Well, where was her car then? Why was her car gone, Sammy? I mean, that didn't make a bit of sense. Like she kept saying that. Sammy kept saying that. I didn't understand it because her car and everything was gone. That means, you know, I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah, I think Sammy spoke a little too much.
Hmm. I do too. It's just a sad
And
situation.
I really feel bad for her if she really had nothing to do with it and she's deleted her social media and for the reasons of, probably not wanting to be harassed and getting all these, messages of like how could you do this? How could you leave your friend? I mean, yeah, we're all thinking that and I think she
Hmm.
is going to be very ashamed of it and she's probably never going to make this sort of mistake again. She's going to
Oh no.
always be super sure but at the same time, I do feel bad for her if she's not
Yeah.
really involved at all, and she just knew the girl, and maybe they were hanging out a lot during the party, but she made it seem like, oh yeah, we were together the whole time, except for just merely taking, a few moments here and there where we would separate and then come back, but
Yeah.
just sounds too weird to be saying that after a missing.
Well, she
Um,
also posted today after they announced that she was found. She tried to say that they wasn't for
Yeah,
sure.
I heard
That
that,
it
and
was
I
her,
I found I heard from a lot of people saying that that was just really strange. So, yeah.
that she
I don't
didn't
know
want
why
to
she even
say
needed to
it.
say anything. We had the news for that.
Exactly. I don't. She she acted like she ran the whole show. That's you know.
Yeah, like come to me. No one else, no adults. That
Uh,
was weird.
that Mags girl, she did seem like she may be on meth. She
Right,
does
I saw
kind
her
of
skin.
allegedly. This is all allegedly. but those kind of look like mess sores on her. She could be into something more than what, and Kylie could be into more than what we know too. She could have been taking more than what we know. I mean, we're blaming
Right.
a lot of other people, but Kylie, could have been doing this stuff herself. She had, she made some wrong choices. I know she was only 16 years old, but we don't know what she put in her body that night. We don't know what she did that night and how wild she got.
Yep.
Mhm. I mean, it's just sad. That's why she needed parental guidance, I think, and a little more stricter mom. You can't be friends with your kids. I'm telling you, you absolutely cannot be friends with them. You have
No.
to lay down rules and regulations. And nowadays, you got to talk to your children because, listen, I tell my children all the time, listen, somebody puts a gun to your head and tells you to get in a car, you say, shoot me right now. Because when you get in that car with that person, you're going to deal with a whole lot worse than death.
Right. There
So,
would be torture involved, maybe.
hmm
So
and 9 chances out of the 10, if you show a ruckus, they ain't going to do nothing but run. But I would rather die right there in a parking lot than get in a car with somebody and have them do whatever. You know what I mean?
Find you buried in some place about 100 miles away. Yeah.
Exactly.
I've
You
always told
know.
my daughters, examine the situation. If you don't think your dad would want you there, you probably better leave.
Mhm.
And so that's been our motto. And
Mhm.
luckily, I mean, I've got great kids, and I know I might be a little biased, but they've never they've never went to these kind of parties. Because they've always been grounded to school, and like one of them's a senior in high school now, one of them's a freshman in college, and they've always done what they thought was the safest thing, which was probably the right thing. And yeah, they missed out on parties, but do we really miss out on parties? Do we
Right.
miss anything really? You know what I
Right.
mean? I mean, letting loose a little bit, but they're allowed to let loose around me. I don't care. I let loose around them sometimes. So, but
Yeah. It's good to
but
have that open
when
type of relationship with your kids.
yeah, man, you
Otherwise, let me tell
I
you,
wish
they
you
are going to
really
hide
knew.
everything.
Yeah,
I'm
Absolutely.
28. I'm still young, but
yeah.
You are young.
I'm
I am.
40. I'm 45, and my daughters are the best thing that I've ever done. I've ever been a part of.
Well, I was a
And
helicopter
that
mama.
and every day they know,
Still
me and their
am.
mother know that we let them know that we love them and that they are the best thing that we have ever accomplished. You
And
know.
Mhm.
that's really what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when it comes to putting down the ground rules and letting them go out to parties at 1 o'clock in the morning and just getting texts from them. I mean, my daughters are grown women, and I still call them, and you just can't do that anymore. And look, maybe they could have got to her in time if her mom would have noticed that,
Hmm.
hey, she's not answering her cell phone. She should be coming home.
Yeah, at least an
Where,
hour after that text
where
came
she's
through.
at. Yeah.
Oh,
Where's she at?
I blow my daughters up when they don't answer, and I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
Hmm.
I'm gonna call until you answer.
My mom used to
Oh,
get my college roommates' phone numbers because if I didn't answer, she was like, I'm not going to call you for anything else, but if I need to know where she is, I will call
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And I remember one time she called them, and so they were telling, "Oh yeah, like her phone is dead right now." And
that's
and
usually the case with
and that
mine as
really
well.
and that was yeah, that was the best scenario. But yeah. And another thing that kind of makes me think, she sent this text to her mom. Her mom said in one of her last interviews, or I don't know if it was one of her last, but that she had said that she was going to be about 15 minutes past her curfew.
Mhm.
So it just makes me think like, gosh, my mom would have been up and 30 minutes past my curfew. She would have been already calling me and calling me and calling me and
Yeah.
calling whoever she knows that went with me. And I wouldn't have been until the next day that So,
Right. I couldn't have laid down and went to sleep knowing my 16-year-old child was out at a party in the woods near a lake,
oh
dried
yeah,
slightly
my
under
mom would
the
have said
influence.
no. You're back by 10:30, especially since it's out in, that area where it's
I would
super dark. There's no lights, there's no street lights other than your car lights.
Once they mention water, my kid, I'll be like, nope, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
not only that, I would have been making sure, hey, friends, stick together. You two, you need to be together at all times. I would be calling in that, but see, I'm a helicopter. I
My
just
mom is
couldn't.
too.
I just couldn't have, like,
My are 7 and 12, and they don't go nowhere but my mom's or their dad's mom's, or I don't even let them go to their dad's at all, cause mm-mm. And or every now and then my oldest will go to my sister's. Other than that, they stay right with me.
right.
My
I
mom
would
would have
have.
let me stay at that age at a place probably past midnight if I was going to be with someone else and she knew who I was going to be with and who was going to be bringing me home. Um, yeah, and also to be coming home at a decent hour. But driving out there in an area where it's just, I mean, it's not like you're in just downtown Truckee where there's street lights and there's, it's pitch black out there other than those glow in the dark sticks and glow sticks, and it was
Mhm.
pitch black. And so I really think that the mom shouldn't have let her or go out that late, or at least make
Even
sure
go
that,
to that party. I
yeah,
would have
but
never let her go that
yeah,
far.
but
Now, that's me. I would have never let my daughter go to a party like that in the
yeah,
woods.
30 minutes away from home, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. I
Is
don't
there
care
still
how.
a COVID restriction on congregating in California?
No, I was just
Okay.
there about 2 weeks ago, and people are very, some wearing masks, some not wearing masks, so
Well,
yeah.
the reason I asked because then I mean a party would be out of the question.
Right.
Mhm. And
Yeah, that would make sense.
she shouldn't even have been drinking because she wasn't even 21
Right.
either. Sammy, it's just sad. And I know that mom feels bad. I know she feels horrible.
Mhm.
And maybe, there's just a lot of parents out here that are naive like that. They think they don't realize the dangers that's out here. They don't know. And, whatever the outcome comes with this, either way, she's going to look at it so much more differently and maybe wake up and through, Kiely, maybe other moms will be more protective, especially those other kids that went to that party and all this fentanyl and all this other stuff that's been going on, and I would not be surprised at all if they don't find fentanyl in this girl. You know.
Right, and they just simply found alcohol
Mhm.
on certain, blood level of it.
Mhm.
Right. Blood level would be would that be hard to obtain after
No,
uh
I don't think
They could
so.
get all that. Yeah. Still, they could. Yeah. They could probably test
because
all that.
when your body quits functioning, I guess they could still get alcohol content.
Mhm.
Uh
Yep.
huh.
That will
Yeah.
stay
But
in your
but
body.
your bowels release
They do
and
release, but I think
Mhm.
it would probably stay in some of the organs, maybe.
Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah.
so
He was 12
an
too.
accurate alcohol level would be nice to know.
Mhm. And drugs and whatever else.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They're not going to say they're going.
Whether she
We're
had
not
any
going to know.
bruises or
Mhm.
Right.
Well, we seen the bruises on Sammy's arm.
and her lip.
Yeah.
And did someone say that she was wet at some point? Like that I don't know, I heard that she had wet clothes at one point, and that was very
Sammy?
weird. Yeah, did I hear that from somewhere, or
No, yeah, I heard that as well.
yeah, I
But
don't know where,
who's
but
to know what is
yeah, I don't
accurate?
know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They'll. You know, the law enforcement just by looking at her, if she's got blood force trauma, strangulation. They should be able to tell that just by looking at her.
I
But
mean, there was a point in which she was doing a public announcement to, I think, like the teen to teen talk or something like that. And there were about 12 law enforcement sitting right behind her, and they were all looking at her as she spoke. And it just seemed so weird. Like it kind of looked like they were all looking at her. And I don't know. I think
Body language, stuff
yeah,
of
but
that
also
nature.
probably thinking the same thing as all of us. Like, like I wonder why she's, being so upfront about this and trying to lead this thing. And so,
and a lot of them may know her mother if she's an attorney. That pulls a lot of weight in a
yep.
town as well. That. That can
Mhm. If
deflect.
any of those old, law enforcement happen to just know her by her parents, yeah, that would have
Mhm.
been.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look here. Upside down said the guy parked next to Kylie's car went silent. Sus. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
that's
gets me
true.
is that nobody is talking about seeing her there. Nobody,
Other than this
other than just a few.
Ronnie's, I don't mean to bring him up, but other than that guy who said his cousins, but other than that, like there have been no, just even teens who they can probably, they might want to show their face and just say, yeah, I was at the party. I
Hmm.
didn't see her, but I was at the party. But
Right.
no one is even coming forward. Like I haven't seen another person other than Sammy and like her friend
Well,
with the
now
bad acne Mags who said that.
Emma from Crime Stories Obsessed,
Hmm.
she was texting a girl that said that she was there, and let's see here. Hang on, I'll bring that up.
Yeah, because I think people were also saying, it's weird. There's pictures of people who did like selfies and of girls who did
Hmm.
selfies in the car and stuff, but it's like not a single picture of Kylie has been shown from the
Okay,
party. Not
let's
on
see.
anyone's phone. So,
Text that
so weird.
she had text of a girl that said that she knowed that she seen Kylie there at that
Hmm.
party. This girl is my entire world. Okay, so that's something that her boyfriend. But I know I seen it on here. Emma posted it. She might have did a show about it and took it down. Maybe I don't know. Emma is the one. Now Emma is the one that found this, and I think the police department asked her, sent her a message and asked her where she found that picture of Kylie in
Oh,
that shirt. Because I remember them talking about it on there.
yeah. I wonder if she'll be in that, or if she'll be in any shirt.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if she's in that shirt, if she's in that hoodie. Let me
Hmm.
see if I can find Emma. And I know Emma's got it on here. It just might be in one of her videos. Let me see. Let's see. Let me go to her community page because I seen where she posted those texts. She may have took them down. This girl knew him
Hmm.
or was at that party, and she said that Sammy and them were not friends, like Sammy said. Okay, so wait a minute, hang on. Okay, the girl's name is Kate. Okay,
Hmm.
okay, and here we go. She put can't remember which YouTube station or channel, whatever I saw it on, and the guy's name was Nate, and that she was talking to a guy named Nate. Now I swear to God, I don't remember where I heard it from, but when you just talk about this other guy being arrested for this drug earlier, someone else talked about the other guy being arrested for drugs things, but you're the first person I actually paid attention to who said the name. And I said Kylie was talking to a new guy named Nate. So, can someone tell me when this guy was arrested for selling the 15-year-old girl the fentanyl pills? Oh, wow.
Hmm.
After a lengthy investigation into the death of a 15-year-old girl, Roseville girl, detectives with Pacer County Sheriff's Office and Special County Drug Task Force arrested 20-year-old Nathaniel Kalkabakan on August the 10th. During the investigation, it was revealed that Kalkakan met this young girl during that time, provided her with what turned out to be a lethal dose of counterfeit Percocet pills.
Hmm.
This the female victim died on June 19th. Pacer County Sheriff's Division determined her death was fentanyl related and subsequently contacted Worldwide Drug Task Force.
Yeah.
Because
Honestly, I think it's just a lot. There's a lot around this area in the West Coast and parts in the East Coast, and just certain places in particular where it's a little more prevalent.
hmm
And so it's not surprising to me that that happened.
she might have took that down, but she did have it on there with that cake girl, with the cake girl saying that she wasn't as good of friends with Sammy as what Sammy said.
Hmm.
Have you do y'all watch Judge is it Judge Grady or what that show down in Florida? That's always
Grady Judge,
yeah. Did y'all watch
Judge
his
Grady
last
Judge.
night about where he um caught all them drugs and well the sex ring too, but all them drugs and he said that 2 grams of fentanyl can kill up
Wow.
to 900,000 people, and these
Oh
people
yeah.
like eight 8 pounds or something of it, and
How
plus
is it,
marijuana and cocaine.
how
Oh,
are they
yeah.
making
Big
this
big
stuff?
big drugs.
It's literally
They
the size. You could have the size of like your pinky nail,
yeah.
and that little amount can be super lethal.
I
So
was
that's how scary it is these days. And with people trying to, I mean, I don't know if you guys know Mac Miller, but Mac Miller
Yeah,
was
I do.
sold some sort
yeah.
of, he's a musician who passed away. And I mean, he was sold some drugs, and they recently arrested the dude who sold him the drugs, and he's got a big,
Yeah.
a big charge and a big sentence in jail or in prison now. So
Wow.
that's
This
a big reason why I think a lot of people did not speak up, because they probably didn't know who gave who what.
where I'm on the Suboxone program where I'm trying to get drugs and stuff, they give me Narcan, right? It's these little spray
Mhm.
nozzle spray things. Well, the other day, my kid's dad and his friend came over, and for some reason, I had the urge to give him 2 of mine because I get them like every month when I get my prescription. And so happened that night they said they had to use it on a very young girl.
Oh my
They
God.
just I was like, I just had a feeling. I said, I know you. I said, I have a feeling something made me want to give
Yeah.
those. And
Thank goodness. If,
had to
I'll
give
tell
them
you
to
what,
a girl
you want
that
to
had
make a
kids.
drug addict mad, you give them rock, or you give them, oh shoot,
Suboxone.
not Suboxone,
Oh,
uh,
Wow.
Narcan. I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse. And I've had to give Narcan. And I'll tell you what, they get mad as a wet hen when you bring them out of their high. They
Oh
get
my God.
mad.
When I was in rehab, I seen 3 things. I seen my first person ever have a seizure off of alcohol. That was
Hmm.
scary. He was just sitting there and all of a sudden he just started convulsing. And then
Wow.
the second is the girl coming off of Xanaxes, and oh my God,
ugh.
she was wild. She was slamming doors. She was fighting the
Oh yeah.
rehab workers. She was talking in her sleep. They tried to not her mom didn't want her on any drugs, anything. They wanted her just weaned off of it straight, right? She kept
Hmm.
running through the house. She'd be in her sleep, screaming, squalling. She'd be sitting on the couch staring at you with her hand up to her ears, like she's talking on the phone, calling 911 and all kinds of stuff. And
Hmm.
she started hitting the staff. They told her parents they had to do something, so they got her with
Hmm.
some with a tranquilizer or something, and she was chilled
Hmm.
out. And then another
Oh
one I
yeah, they
watched.
get mad.
I watched a lady go into a full blown overdose because she had this trigger warning. shot up the night before, and when she got to rehab, she didn't tell them, and they gave her the medicine, and when they gave her medicine, straight back in the full-on withdrawals, and oh my god, they had to call an ambulance and everything. I was laying there asleep.
Mhm.
I was there like 2 weeks, and where I'm not allowed, not used to being around like 20-some people and stuff. They gave me a
Mhm.
break and let me go lay down, and she was up there in the room, and they had come in there, and I was just laying there. And probably about after 20 minutes of me watching her going crazy and everything, that's like finally said, "Get out of the room." She
Mm.
was kicking them, and she was in full blown. They had
Oh
to.
yeah. It's awful. It is. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's I mean, drug
And it's
addiction is a bad
scary.
thing. It
And
is a
it's
bad
scary
thing.
before it even becomes an addiction where it's,
Mhm.
it's coming from peer pressure, bad influences
I,
and that's where it starts usually. And it's sad that who
yeah.
knows if this was something that she was really even into? Who
I,
knows
Right.
if this was,
I
and
I used to be against pills and everything hardcore because of my sister, but I ended up getting on them myself. I don't know. It just happened, you know.
hmm yeah.
But
Mhm.
I used to be so against it.
I had an ex-boyfriend who was super against it, said he was never going
That's
to touch it
you
because
know.
his older brother was addicted to it in prison and he was never going to touch it. As soon as he was, of age and able to drive, oh, he got his hands on it.
Yep.
Mhm.
So,
I've
They,
seen it all. If you're a nurse, you've seen it all. That's right,
oh yeah.
Latina. I could tell y'all stories that you would be like, "Whoa!" You wouldn't believe that stuff happened, but it
I
happened.
probably,
Yeah. And I'm
I,
actually a therapist, and so I've for a few years in the past I was a therapist, a counselor kind of in a school, in a middle school, and
Mhm.
kind of in a rough area. Um a little up north from San Francisco in a place called San Rafael. And
Mhm.
yeah, it was these kids were coming drunk to school. And it was a lot of times their parents were leaving early for work. They were the ones at school or at excuse me, at home getting ready for themselves and getting ready to go to school on their own and stopping by a Safeway and or a market and getting some alcohol before or just digging up a hole, putting it out in the field and the next day at recess going out and drinking with their friends. I mean, these kids come
Mhm.
up with the craziest ideas nowadays and
oh,
it's sad.
oh
It is
yes.
sad. It is, and my goodness, and I've seen it all. I even worked in neonate, so I've seen the drug addicted babies, and that's horrible. That's the
I
Oh
bad.
had,
god.
I was
Yeah.
at
That's
the
the
hospital,
bad stuff.
Heartbreaking.
where I had my son. He was drunk. He was born. I was on Subutex, but that was with the doctor, and I was like on the low. Oh, they told me I was the lowest dose there, so 4 milligrams. The rest of the girls were like way up there, but he
Mhm.
didn't. He didn't. I don't think he withdrawed as bad because they didn't say much to me about it. But
Mhm.
there's one girl, her and her boyfriend come in. She had her baby. I went downstairs to smoke one day, and she had her baby, and she was crying, and they was trying to figure out what to do because they come from another town or state. Her family didn't even know she was having the baby, and they couldn't leave because they couldn't leave with the baby because they wouldn't let them leave with the baby. It was so addicted
Bad.
and all that going on. The they wouldn't let it go unless a family member would be in charge that is straight and this and that down there. If they're addicted, they will not let them go with the parents at all.
No, 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 no. They won't.
No.
They won't even let the parents, you know, keep them in the room. I've had to take them out of the room with their parents, and their parents staggering all over the room trying to hold them and stuff. I've had to take them. Hey, I'm taking that baby to the nursery with me. You know, I've had to do that before because they're just not even able to have the baby there in the room safely with them. You
Well,
know.
2 nights after I had Jackson, my youngest, I was up there at St. Joseph's up there in Richmond, you know,
Mhm.
uh, facility. I had to stay there 2 months, so it's like one of those type of facilities for
Mhm.
babies. And 2 months, 2 nights after I had Jackson, we were on lockdown. I couldn't go back upstairs because somebody was trying to leave with the baby.
Oh wow.
I mean, they locked everything down in that place. Scratches, doors
Um,
outside of elevators.
did they find the baby?
Yeah,
Ooh, thank goodness. That's scary. That's a
Hmm.
scary thing. They've got all kinds of things now that they do. Little bracelets and everything, alarm
they got,
systems.
they have shapes now.
Yeah. When my girls were born, though, we didn't have nothing like that. And that old hospital we're used to, Angie, it didn't have nothing at that
Yeah,
time. And
when I
they,
had Jacob, my oldest, I
hmm
didn't have but a bracelet there with him.
yeah, that's how I had with my oldest daughter. And I mean, anybody could have just walked in there and got your baby out and
There
walked out
was a
the door
girl
with it.
there. I'm not sure how long ago, but she did walk in there and try to take her baby. I just can't remember her name. It's been a while. I
That
find
was a
Mm,
hard.
big thing, I think, in the 80s and 90s. Because I know
yeah.
my mom was very worried about that after
Mm-hmm.
I was born. She was like, please don't make her leave like the room. Like keep her
That's how
right
that.
next to me.
Yeah.
That's how that one girl got kidnapped, and they couldn't find her 2 years later when I think she went to get her driver's license or something. And her mom finally told her. She took her.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I can't
scary
remember.
stuff right
Oh, I
there.
can't remember her name.
Well, Daisy, I just want to say thank you so much for having me. I have to get up a little
Okay.
bit early tomorrow, but I really appreciate you
Oh,
letting me
thank
be a
you.
part of this.
Oh,
And
thank you for coming up. I
I'm
appreciate
now
it.
subscribed to you, so
Oh,
I
thank
will be
you.
able to see whenever you're on.
Awesome sauce. Thank you for and come
Yeah.
up anytime. I've enjoyed having you up here and I've enjoyed talking about this and stuff. And we go deep a lot.
Yes, we
Uh,
do. And
and
I really do love and respect this channel. I love how you keep it and you moderate it and, even
Yeah.
mediate with the conversation. It's really a great conversation.
oh, thank you.
So I appreciate it. And so, yeah, hopefully I will be seeing you. I'll be seeing you soon.
Okay, that sounds awesome. Thank you for
Alrighty.
coming up.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
All right, you too. Bye
You
bye.
too.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end this live. I've been on here 4 hours and
Yeah.
31 minutes.
Yeah,
I
I gotta
do.
get.
I have to go as well. I have to walk my dog. He's biting me.
Oh,
Come here,
Mine,
boy.
gotta get mine ready for school.
oh. Well, I do thank everybody for coming out here and
Yes,
joining
I
me
thank you for
tonight.
letting me on
Oh, you're
as well.
welcome anytime. Come on up. Well, I've enjoyed having you guys up and come back and join me tomorrow evening. We'll be talking some more about this and possibly Summer Wells as well. And come back. And if y'all ain't hit that subscribe button, please hit
I'm
that
subscribed as
subscribe.
well.
Oh, thank you. And
Yes.
hit that thumbs up. And that's one way to help my channel grow. And thank you, Angie, for coming up and Top Dog. And thank you, Corey. And y'all come back and hang out with us. And thank you, everybody that joined us tonight and followed me tonight. And my wonderful mods. And y'all come back and this evening, I guess, because
Yeah.
it's Monday morning, but and hang out with us again.
Sure. I'll be here.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Let's pray for this girl and her parents. Prayer for her friends and prayer for this whole situation. And thanks, everyone, and God bless. And thank you, Pugs and Coffee, for becoming a member of the Critter Tribe. All right, everybody. God bless. Good night. Bye. Love you guys. Good night, good morning, good evening. Bye, everybody.